station's here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. I know we'll need a key to get inside. That's our only way to find it. So let's go.
Thanks, Adria Grace. Thanks for the follow. You're more than welcome to link it, but if you're asking me to see it so I can potentially ask you to do some artwork for me, that's probably not going to happen. But you're more than welcome to post it if you want.
Gotta go straight in criminal proper
Maybe.
pace.
Oh, this one.
Eggman's faded.
Is this on followers only chat? Didn't even realize that mode was still on. Oh, okay. That's why. How do I get that color? That color looks pretty good. That doesn't work. Let's see. Oh, Kwanfi, thanks for the raid. Thank you, thank you. I saw cute art and I raided. Appreciate that. Guess I need to do a lot more cute art. Hopefully I get a lot more raids. Hopefully that's how it works. Pretty sure that's not how it works, but seems like that's how it works for today. So thanks a lot for that. Are you, I'm assuming you're an artist, an artist of cute stuff yourself, I'm guessing? Let's see. Yep, nice. I'm gonna pop your window open. I don't get raided often, so maybe it ain't that cute. Well, then you gotta make your stuff cuter. Cutify your work immediately. Oh, I'm just joking. Let me click open your... Does this work? Okay. Just want to have your page open so I can take a look when I'm done. Just so I know who's... feel like I should at least have the courtesy to check out the channels of the people who raid. Oh my god, how do I close this now? This? Nope. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm taking a look at some of your stuff now. And I think this passes the cute test from the thumbnail that I'm seeing so far. Yeah, it definitely passes the cute. Well, I mean, like, I feel like cute is an understatement. I mean, I'm sure there's other better words I could use to describe it, because what I'm seeing is pretty good. Elegant is the word that's coming to mind right now. Good stuff, man. Thanks again. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, we need to finish the rings around this stuff. Do you like do fan art, or you just do your original characters like OCs and stuff? Mostly fan art. I'm guessing you do like commissions, or that's not really what you're interested in. Who is this character then? I'm looking at your latest stream. It's like a fox lady. I'm guessing maybe a League of Legends character. Is that Ari? I don't play League of Legends, but like being on the internet for so long, you kind of learn stuff, right? I'm seeing like a nine-tailed fox kind of character. Forgiveness if it's not the right person. You used to, but haven't in a while. I've got a real job as a cybersecurity guy. Yeah, that sounds like a time-consuming job right there. Definitely a time consumer. No time for commissions. It's Ting Yun from Honkai Star Rail. Okay. I only ever played, of all of the recent popular gacha games, I only played Genshin Impact a long time ago, before they even came out with what's the desert area? Not desert area, because they had the element, right? They had the 6 elements, and then there was one, the leaf one, the grass element, that just wasn't released for a long time. I was playing Genshin back then, before they released the Dendro. Forgot what it's called. Oh yeah, I tried Genshin a long time ago. Yeah, I wait. I spent a bit too much money on Genshin for a while, and I realized, you know what, this is probably not a good use of my money. And I was able to break free from the curse, the gacha curse. Freedom. I remember I had I think the 5-star character. I had the D-Look, and Jean. And I think I had like 2 or 3 of their constellations. I think it was Diluc, Jean. I had like 1 or 2 other 5 stars, but I think those 2 are the only ones that I got a double, so I could unlock their constellations. I always wanted to get, what's her name? The cat lady with the pink, purple hair. She got the lightning weapon. And she's really like, well, back then she was really good. Fuck, I can't remember her name. I should remember. She's got like a long, like a short sword. I can't remember. I'm not gonna remember. Okay. But it was a fun game though. I'm glad I was able to break free from its clutches. Well, Photoshop. Should probably just put a blur on this. That'll probably be better. Let's take a look. Not that strong of a blur. Window. Okay, something like that, maybe, once I'm done. Once I'm done. Wow. It said wow. Wow. gonna go rest for the night. Have a nice stream. Thanks, man. Thanks for the good wishes and thanks for the follow. Appreciate that a lot. I'll definitely give you a return follow as well. Okay, let me do that now before I forget. Why am I not even logged in onto my Twitch? Have a good night yourself and see you soon, hopefully, on these online streaming streets. Bottom. This gets a rewind because this is just... Wait, is this Chrome? Okay, let's close that. Oh, what's up, C4? C4? Oh, Microsoft Edge is glitching. All right, let's give that a rewind. Pull up. Don DeMarco. What's going on, C4? What's up with you? How you be? How it go in the streets of London? In the streets? The orange is not working for me. I think the color here is blue and purple. Same old, really, you? Yeah, pretty much. Same, also same old. Well, I guess the drawing on stream is relatively new, but not much new. Just trying to get more like dance teaching work. Well, I guess it's like a mixture of English private tutoring and dance teaching. I was able to land another one extra school that I'm at, and then another private class on a Tuesday evening. So my schedule is filling up, which is good. I mean, it's especially necessary considering that I need to save up a bit of money so that I can have a nice time when I visit the UK next month. strong. I'm gonna blur it anyway, so whatever. I've seen loads of debates in my friend groups, but they all are really definition based, so I've not got involved because they're kind of boring. Yeah, those like what topics though? Like what is the topic of the debates? And when you say friend group, you mean like actual friends, personal friends, or like online friends? Not to diminish online friendships, but just wondering if it's like real life, like face-to-face stuff or online stuff. Why is this on top? That's not right. What's the difference between a fetish and preference was one. That's with the IRL friends. Is there a difference between a 50-50 and a forced 50-50 in fighting games? Yeah. For the last one, well, the forced 50-50 is the forced is just telling off the top of my head. The forced is just informing the person of how the 50-50 was created, right? Like the method in which what led to the 50-50 situation. So if it's a forced 50-50, then that just means something led up to it that forced the responding player into a 50-50. As for the first one, yeah, and I believe there is a difference between a fetish and a preference. I think that's quite clear. Like it's I can see why someone might say, what do you define your terms, but well, actually in the fetish and preference thing, I think when you define the terms, like defining the terms should make it clear that there's a difference between a fetish and a preference. Off the top of my head, a fetish can imply an unhealthy relationship with the preference. Like it's more of an extreme preference, or a preference that is bordering on the line of either unhealthy or too much in volume. Like it's being like somebody is engaging in the preference too much to the point where it can lead to problems. But I think we've had this discussion before. I feel like we've had a similar, like this has been talked about in the past, or maybe we just briefly touched on it. But I can't wait. Now I'm curious. What were they saying about what were they saying about 50-50 versus forced 50-50? Like I can't see any other way to read that. Like what were they saying? I'm very curious. We'll try to get the Twitter link. So the fetish thing came from a scenario that a trans doctor was helping people transition. People are saying he was indulging in grooming for his fetish. That seems a bit of a leap, unless there's more context that I'm not privy to. What the wicka wham, what the wicka wham, whoa. It was a straight rejection that the force made any difference. Wait, hold on, let me quickly do this. I want to make this white. Maybe. Okay, take a look. Shin Kenso. Alright, let me actually read this. Okay. No, just no. Wait, is this a response to a... Okay, Mike Holler, let me read. It's true that... Oh my god, this is like a multiple retweet back and forth. Okay, it's rant time. Okay, it's rant time. I'm going to keep it a buck. This fighting game casino bullshit has got to stop. Let's stop acting like 50-50 situations didn't exist in the older games. I don't care how much you claim it's easier now to do said thing. It existed before and it's still here now regardless. Mix-ups such as shimmies, meaties, projectile oki, air dash mix-ups, command jump mix-ups, empty jump lows. Okay, got it. Neutral skips of all kinds as well. To deep into the quote Inception, it starts with Kenso. Yeah, I'm reading that one. Everyone has access to these things, okay? Reality is player... And the reality is the average player is way stronger than they were a decade ago, thanks to content creators. Yeah, I agree. We have to embrace the fact that we're getting greater competition due to this. Constant complaining, oh, it's too easy, and you get randomed out because someone new rocked your shit. Get better, and you have that as an option. Or, oh, the game's design is so bad in comparison to what? The way they made games back then with next to no updates. Okay, let me just breeze through this a bit. Okay, I get the premise of this. And then Mike Hollow says, it's true, all the stuff mentioned here has always existed. The only problem is that there's a difference between a 50-50. The only problem is that there's a difference between a 50-50 and a forced 50-50. The issue is not the mix-up itself. The issue is how you're getting there and what the games are allowing players to do to enforce the mix-up. Older games would give you a plethora of options and ways to open up an opponent whilst allowing the defender the ability to come up with a game plan and react accordingly. I'm just thinking, I mean, I know this is not the greater point though, but I'm just wondering how true this is. Older games would give you a plethora of options and ways to open up an opponent whilst allowing the defender to come up with a game plan and react accordingly. Okay, in newer games like Tekken 8, you're forced to stand still and in most cases take the mix-up or eat insane amounts of chip damage, a scenario that was not truly earned by the aggressor. I don't think the anger towards fighting games has come out of the blue. The games have been intentionally designed to make newer players feel stronger and limit defensive play, which is where stronger players have historically dominated. I'm not sure. I'm a mixed bag on this take, but now let's go back to the original thing that was linked. No, just no. A 50-50 is a 50-50. This forced crap needs to stop once again, and that's just wrong. Every fighting game has mix-ups or 50-50s. Strike throw from plus frames constitutes a strike or throw from plus frames constitutes as 50-50. Okay, when I knock you down, of course, I'm allowed my pressure mix-up potential, which is going to lead into you guessed it, a 50-50. What is the player supposed to do? Let you get up for free? Damn, my bad, big dog. Let me let you get back up and play neutral again with me. No, that's not how fighting games work. Never have, never will. As for older games, having more options, not all of them did, so I don't agree. SF4 had no defensive mechanics other than block, focus, backdash. Older Tekken games Older Tekken had no system mechanic other than block to save the player. The rest revolved around movement via backdashing and sidestepping to escape. Nothing on block to help the player like an alpha counter. Now, if you said maybe defensive options selects, okay, sure, but those things are not intended more often than not in the game's design. Players find option selects, the devs don't make them. True. Older games have plethora of ways to open up your opponents. That depended on how good your character was in the mix-up department. Yeah, I think I agree with this. That's one of the things with Mike's take that I didn't fully agree with. Let's make sure we get that straight, because this holds true even now. So I don't know where this comes from. Then allowing the defender counterplay. Guilty Gear literally had Zato hitting you with unblockables all the way up until Strive. Your counterplay was play better in the matchup and don't get unblockable into stun, into dead. I love this sentence because it's like it's so well describes what Zato can do to you. Don't get unblockable into stun, into dead. Oh man. For a while in Tekken Tag 2 in the arcade, Brian and Hwoarang was broke due to their unblockable setups back then. What was the answer? Don't get him into that situation. If you're upset about things like heat engagers, that's a direct correlation to the previous title being viewed as not entertaining to play or watch. But even then, you have to get hit in that situation. That is your fault, not the game. You got hit, period. They got their plus frames off you messing up. And the opponent doesn't have to use that move to whiff punish you, which means by design, you have to be smart about using that move since heat is strong. And just using it willy-nilly may not be the best option. So all this force talk, yeah, no, I hear you, but no. This force crap ain't it. If you just don't like mix-up, just say that. The rest of what you're saying is clearly roasting Inklo. I agree with some of the pushback about what he's talking about with the old games having more options, more ways to open people up. But if the main thing you want me to or to explore here is the 50-50, like the first sentence, I just think is flat out just wrong. Like there is a difference between, like he says, no, just no, a 50-50 is a force 50. A 50-50 is a 50-50. This force crap needs to stop. Yeah, there is a difference. There's a tangible difference. Like if a game is designed in such a way that there's a bunch of forced 50-50s, that's different to a game where there's a lot of 50-50s. Not even to say that one of them is better or worse, but there is an explorable, tangible difference between the two. So yeah, his first sentence straight off the bat, I don't agree with. It's a bit dishonest to go from a Tekken convo into Guilty Gear situation back into Tekken is quite naughty, but it was funny. Guilty Gear had burst, so defensively it's totally different, yeah. And yeah, like you can bait somebody's burst. You got gold burst and a different half burst. Yeah, there was all kinds of ways to like maximize your mastery of the game by how well you utilize the game mechanics and stuff. Like to me, I never played Guilty Gear at any, not even close to any high level or even intermediate level, but I always thought like the whole, being able to bait somebody's burst thing, I thought that was one of the coolest fighting game mechanics in my opinion. In terms of like how big brain that is, like to predict that at this moment this person's going to try and use this thing to get to safety, and I'm going to like literally future sight. What was that Pokemon move? I think there's a Pokemon move called future sight or future something. I'm literally going to peer into the future and I see what you're going to do, and I'm not going to do it so that I can bait you out. That's some dope shit. The Mike guy did a video going over it. He was a bit tilted how the Twitter convo went. Who are these people? Are they, I don't recognize these names. Are these like anime players, like Guilty Gear stuff kind of players? Future Sight, yeah, that was it. I can't remember what Future Sight did. What did Future Sight do? Future Sight, Pokemon. Future Sight is a psychic type move, deals damage but does not hit until 2 turns after the turn was used. Okay, I remember now. Future Sight. I'm surprised I remember that. I haven't recorded that move. Probably not since I played Pokemon back then. Future Sight.
Thank you.
Who that? 3163. Thank you for the follow. Wow, I got a follower goal met 190. Ayo, ayo. Thank you. Okay. I didn't even know I had that as a goal. I guess Twitch just automatically sets that. Okay. What do we want to do next? You know what? This orange line art is actually bothering me. I thought I was being cool, like, I'm gonna use orange as my line art. I'm not gonna use black or brown. I'm gonna use orange. But now I'm like, you know what? Let's just not. Well, first of all, let's see how it looks. Or maybe I'll just put it on multiply instead. Yeah, I think multiply is better. Oh, let's see how black looks. Oh, that's not black, that's white. Why is that not working? I did a black overlay. Why did it not overlay? Kenso is an old FG fighting game head, played a lot of games and did well in Guilty Gear. Mike is a UK head that does mostly Tekken, NRS games and Soul Calibur. Both content creators, but Mike does debate sort of stuff too. Remember that spear chucker thing I told you about? He was the guy that debated the guys. Oh yeah. I came across some of his videos actually. I think it was after you mentioned it, or after you linked me the one video. Some of his other videos started popping up, and I think I watched him talk to one of the guys that made those comments on the other podcast, and I watched him talk about, what was that player? There's like a trans player that she recently took a step back because she she accused somebody of sexual assault, and then it turned out to be not true or something, and then I saw him talking about that topic. But yeah, okay, I think I know who that is. He's got quite, yeah, Umisho, yeah. He's got long hair, right? The Mike guy. He's got quite long hair. I think that's him. Wait, why is this not working? What's going on here? Yeah, him, okay. Now I know. Excuse me? Mike Bane Hollow. Oh, that's what it was. Man, the black makes it pop way better. Like, just night and day. All right, back to black. But yeah, that the 50-50 force 50-50 thing. I'm not sure why he's not seeing it. I mean, I can understand if he just sees it as a meaningless distinction, because I guess he's just seeing it as like, well, if like, I think I understand why he doesn't see the distinction, but that doesn't change the fact that there is a distinction, you know. It seems like the distinction to him is just not that important. But the importance of it is not what's being explored. It's the existence of it. It's acknowledging its existence that's like the topic or the point. But what was your take on the fetish preference thing? I'm curious where you stood on that. I've done a podcast with the Kenso guy back in the day. He is kind of stubborn and has a tiny ego for all the things he has done and knows in fighting games. Oh, damn. I see. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Oh shit, I need to respond to something. Yeah, what was your take on I don't know how you could distinguish preference or fetish in the context of what you find attractive. Well, if what I was about to say is, if you're limiting the scope of these words, like if in this specific instance you're using these words to discuss attraction preferences, I could see that point. But even in that world, like, even though I believe that that's like a limitation of how you can use these words, even within that limitation, I could still describe a difference, which is that the way I see it is, like, easy example, right? Like, if there's a white woman who there's a difference between a white woman who has a preference for black men versus a white woman that has a fetish for black men. The white woman with the fetish for black men, I would use the word fetish on that white woman if it started to look like her attraction or her desire to only be with black men is blinding her to other. It's not allowing her to see straight. It's not allowing her to see completely other reasonable men or other men that are attractive, like that she actually would be able to get with, but she's just so inundated. She's so, like, drowned in this image or this desire to have a black man for whatever reason, that her preference is now become a fetish, and the fetish is now this fetish can now yield unfavorable results, and those unfavorable results can come in the form of how other people treat her, or missed opportunities, or even like harmful stereotypes, like not exhibiting, like some aspects of this fetish could have come by way of harmful stereotypes that have helped to like create this image in her mind that is part of the reason why she's like hardcore only after black men, you know what I mean? So I think that's just an example of how in that specific instance the fetish is different. Because in the world of like attraction and like dating and stuff, typically if you're saying somebody has a fetish for a specific group of people, typically there's a negative connotation there. And if there wasn't a negative connotation, then we would just use preference. Like, I have a friend who prefers white men or prefers like Asian men or whatever. See, I feel to spot a fetish versus a preference, you would have to mind read. I wouldn't call anyone who dates a specific race a fetish. Yeah, neither would I. But you wouldn't be mind reading. You would just, if you have more information, like if you, like the example that I just gave, right? Like there could be ways in which that white woman could be, like her behavior and the way she speaks and the way she carries herself could be exhibiting signs of, okay, this preference of yours that you claim is a fetish, this is now leaning towards. This preference of yours that you claim is just a preference, this is now leaning towards fetishization. So yeah, it wouldn't just be a thing of somebody says they have a preference and then you're like, nah, I think it's a fetish. Like it would have to come by way of actual behavior and signs and red flags and stuff that would lead you to say, okay, I'm starting to think like this is a fetish, you know? A great example is like the whole white man, Asian woman thing, especially when you look at like white men that come to Asia, right? Like there's definitely a stigma where some white men can fetishize an Asian woman in a way where it's no longer just a preference. It's like there's so many aspects of this Asian person. You've built this image in your mind, and it's no longer just I like the fact that they have black hair, or I like the way that their facial features are like more petite or whatever, right? It's no longer that. Now it's like all these other unhealthy forms of engagement, you know? Like, they're more submissive, they're more timid, they're less likely to talk back or whatever, right? That's where it starts to get a bit messy. Yeah, I guess I don't see the unhealthy bit being nothing more than an extra preference. I just think that even for you, there's probably a line. You can add as many extra preferences, but there will come a point where, in my opinion, there should come a point where these extra preferences, or this specific extra preference is now it's just a bit too much. Now it's like, now it's safe to apply the word fetish in this case, you know, because you have to remember, like again, the word fetish, it baked into it is a negative connotation. There is a negative, like there's this component of too much. Like there's a component of like this it's now becoming an obsession almost, you know. Like it's kind of similar. I mean, I've never really made this distinction before or made this comparison, but I feel like it's similar to saying somebody is passionate about something versus somebody is obsessed with something. We can acknowledge that obsession is a form of passion, right? But if you're using obsessed, usually you're going to be using obsessed because we're acknowledging that there's an unhealthy relationship between the thing that the person is obsessed with and the person, right? Of course, you can be poetic with language and be like, oh, this person is so good at basketball, they're obsessed, and we might use it in a way to just say how amazing they are at basketball, right? But outside of those cases, normally when you say somebody is obsessed with something, there's a connotation that it's too much, right? So the same way you would say this person is passionate about a thing versus this person is obsessed about a thing, I think is a similar distinction between when you compare this person has a preference for this kind of person and this person has a fetish for this kind of person. I think it's quite similar. Like in the two instances, I think obsessed and fetish carry a similar negative energy that preference and desire or passion doesn't. Like Red Bull people would like a submissive partner, and I wouldn't say they're after a fetish. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Again, it wouldn't just be like, I wouldn't bestow the word fetish on somebody once I see that they're also looking for submission or somebody to be submissive. It's not, I wouldn't apply fetish after seeing one thing. It would be a combination of behaviors or patterns where I'd be like, okay, now I'm comfortable saying that this person might have a fetish. Okay. I definitely see the negative connotation that is put with it. I just ignore it mentally because, like you said, it's not always negative. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not always. But I think I do think though that in the world of dating, like, you don't want somebody to say, you don't want a rumor spreading or people thinking that you have a fetish. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the way I see it, right? Like, if you have a group of friends and you guys go out at nighttime, you go to clubs, you go to bars, you meet people, you mingle, and then, like, you know, different friends congregate, interact, get each other's numbers, and your friend groups grow and mingle, right? You wouldn't want to be known as the guy that has a fetish for whoever. Right, oh, that guy, that C4 guy, he's got a fetish for white girls, or he's got a fetish for Asian girls. There's a reason why a person probably wouldn't want to be that guy, because generally speaking, a lot of people are not gonna. It's just not a good look to have, you know, especially from the perspective of the women who belong to your fetish. So, like, if an Asian girl finds out that a guy has a fetish for Asian women, that's not going to be like, oh, well, I guess the Asian woman's not going to be like, oh, I guess I'm the girl for the job. I'm going to be like, you know, here I go. He's got a fetish for my kind, so let me jump into his arms. Like, that's not how it works. Usually, if somebody is told that that somebody has a fetish for them, usually they're going to run for the hills. You know what I mean? Ironically, I have that. I'll voice note you real quickly. Okay, sure. Like, I'll speak for myself. I don't like girls that are vocal and have no shame. Well, not no shame. I don't like being told by a girl that, oh, I love black guys. I'm into black men. That's one of the fastest ways to turn me off. And I know not everybody feels that way. I know there's some black men that don't care about that. They just see it as like oh, okay, well, now the door's super open, right? Like, I don't need to work as hard or whatever. But I've never been. That's always been a super turn off for me. And that's just when they're sharing their preference. When they say that, to me, it's still just a preference. I haven't even started venturing into the scenarios where I feel like it's now a fetish. So even from the preference, I'm like, I'm good on that. If it's a fetish now, that's when the smoke bomb comes out, and when the smoke clears, I'm in Mount. What was the mountain? Mount Myoboku? What was the mountain where Naruto learned the summoning jutsu? Oh yeah, Mount. Is it Mount Myoboku? Yeah, Mount Myoboku. That's where all the legendary frogs live in Naruto, where they taught him how to do the summoning jutsu and shit. That's where I'm gonna go. If I find out you got a fetish for black men, catch me in Mount Myoboku, training with the frogs, training to get Sage mode, so I can learn how to disappear on you even faster. Absolutely not. Let me know when you send a message so that I can check Discord. Send? Okay, one sec. Let me just quickly lasso all of these leaves. Give me one moment. It's like booda 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 booda. Okay. Discord. Oh, where is Discord? Is here. Yo. Is my Discord volume on? Should be.
Yeah, it's
Okay. Turn up the volume.
it's funny when you said that story. It's like, oh shit, that happened to me, and it didn't bother me. I kind of like leaned into it a tiny bit, but this one time I was at some fight game event thing, and we was getting ice cream, and it was in like Italy, so they were doing some like special ice cream. They've got all the flavors, and they give you 3 different flavors, and I must have picked, was it like vanilla, yogurt, and some other like bland plain flavor. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember, but there was 3 plain flavors. It was all white, and then one of the guys, I kind of know him. His name was Aggie. You might know him actually. Yeah, his name was Aggie.
It sounds familiar.
And he was like, you know, C4's a snow bunny, and look at the flavors he got, all them different colors, and he went for the white ones. And I was like, bro, my wife's white. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, but that's like hardcore. And I was like, I mean, I don't find like most other races that attractive. I don't know what to say. It's not like I've never looked at someone who was like a black girl and been, oh, she's fit. Like, it happens very rarely, and that's just how it is, like, for me. So, but I never felt embarrassed to say that, because to me, it was just a preference. Like, even if they were saying, like, how many, what other races have you dated? I was like, none, they've all been white. Like, I've looked at other races of girls and thought they were attractive, but I don't know, just never it wasn't never attractive enough for me to like go for that particularly. I don't know. It might be because around me mostly are white women / girls, right? I'm in Essex. When I was in London,
Yeah.
obviously it was a bigger mix. When I moved to Essex, there was only like three black guys in the whole of my college.
Yeah.
So maybe I just got like Stockholm or anything. But I think even before that, when I lived in London, I don't know, I just felt like, I see more attractive white girls than any other race. So, but yeah, anyway, saying all that, it was funny when you were saying that because it was like, most people don't want to be, like, have that as like a thing. They don't want that to be their like quirk that people know about. To me, it didn't bother me, but I can see what you're saying. But yeah, I thought it was funny when you were saying that kind of described me.
Yeah. I don't think what you've described there is like if somebody else came to me and were like, oh, that C4 guy, like, this is why I think he has a fetish for white girls. And then they went on to say what you just said about, going to Essex and not being around that many different ethnicities of women unless you were in London or whatever. And like most of all your previous partners being white. Like if that person told me that and tried to use that as ammunition to say, hence why C4 has a fetish for white women, I wouldn't, like, to me that check doesn't get cashed via that. Like you can't, it's not enough. In my opinion, it's not enough to say that this person is a fetish holder. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, but I see what you mean. Like, there are some people that, even as a joke, like I can see why that being your preference and somebody tried to like make fun of you in that way, it's not really going to bother you because you don't really see it as a big deal. And it's not, right? Like what you've described, in my opinion, is clearly just a preference. There's no behaviors there where it's like, it's leaning into the unhealthy, or not even just unhealthy, just I wouldn't even begin to label that as a fetish, And like you said, right, like sometimes a lot of our preferences it's a mixture of nature and nurture, right? I think there is a nature component to our preferences that we can't really quantify. It's just there. And then there's a nurture side of it where the nurture is based around where we grew up, the things that influenced us, the proximity to different kinds of people. It's like a concoction. It comes together to create whatever preference we have. But yeah, I think I would only use fetish for extreme cases. Like, yeah, it will be a multitude of different things, such as, just trying to be like those people, right? Like if you get an Asian girl that's only after black guys and everything she does is trying to achieve closer proximity to what her idea of blackness is, whether it's talking a certain way, dressing a certain way, doing her makeup a certain way, hanging out with certain people, only listening to certain kinds of music, only going to certain kinds of clubs, only having certain kinds of boyfriends that exhibit all of the attitudes of the previous things down the list. And then on top of that, she's only dated black men. She doesn't even give other kinds of men a chance. She thinks other kinds of men are actually unattractive, right? I've seen that a lot as well, where somebody has a preference, but their preference is also in the business of showcasing or highlighting of any opportunity where she's able to say, oh, these kinds of other men are not attractive. That's when all of these things coming together is where I'm like, okay, yeah, this is peak fetishism right there, And yeah, what you described is not even close to that. Maybe my mind is just race play is a fetish. Everything else is preference when it comes to race. Yeah, even in a case where perhaps what I'm saying is just very hyper specific, and maybe it doesn't even happen that often. I've experienced it a lot, but I'm not saying this just because I've experienced it a lot. I'm also saying it because I do believe I'm more like looking at the psychological aspect of it, right? The same way I don't need to have met a bunch of people who are obsessed with something to know that obsession can be bad, right? It's the same way that I don't need to have experienced a bunch of people with actual fetishes to know that a fetish for a racial fetish can be bad, you know. That's kind of how I'm analyzing it. And keyword can be, right? But I am of the mindset that if the word fetish is being used, I am of the mindset that it should only be being used because some kind of harmful engagement of the preference is happening. Why's the volume on this song so low? Don't think I like that color. I feel what you're saying is almost racism cosplaying as a race preference. That I can see as being bad for sure. Yeah, I guess some, but it's hard to call it race. I guess by the literal definition of the term racism, meaning like sometimes it can just mean a preference, like an unreasonable or unfair preference for another group of people. I guess in that sense it is. But I mean, yeah, it would still, even if that's actually what it is in practice, it's still that's the instance where I would refer to this person as having a fetish. What the hell? Oh, I need to colorize. Could you have a race fetish for your own race in your opinion? I think it's possible. As silly as it might sound on the surface, I think it's possible. I haven't thought about it for any extended amount of time, but the same way you could be racist to your own people, right? If you can be racist to the group that you're part of, then I don't see why one couldn't fetishize their own race. But again, only in the extreme, only in the way that I'm I couldn't say that if the person just preferred, like if there's a black person that just only prefers to be with black women, like I could never say that that's a fetish, right? So I could only ever say it's a fetish if this black person is also engaging in all of the other quite extreme things that I described earlier. But yeah, I think if we can say that a black person can be racist to black people, then I think we should be able to say that a black person could fetishize black people if they're engaging with, if they're doing all of the other components to reach the level of being a fetish. Yeah. Yeah, but people can definitely be. Oh yeah, that's my position. Yeah, people can definitely be racist to their own group. Okay, what are we doing now? Oh, I didn't color this thing. Don't like it. Actually, I don't even think I like this concept. Let's just turn that back. Like hearing Fnatic on how he would only date black girls. Yeah, he's... I don't even know if I would call that a fetish, but I haven't heard him describe that for a while. I think last time, if I remember correctly, his position is that he just thinks it's more of like a political statement for him. It's more like the way he sees it, if I remember correctly, is that if he champions all these things and believes all of these things are important about the black community and helping the community and all that stuff, then in his mind, he must date a black woman, like he has to. So I think his perspective is less about being a fetish and more about him walking the walk. You know what I mean? Not just talking about what he believes in. He's trying to prove it via actions, and I think that plays a big role in his desire, you know. And I wouldn't describe that as a fetish, but I don't know if he said other like crazy things. I'm not sure. Like again, I think a key component of the fetish thing is also how the person engages or how the person interacts with other groups too. You know, like I've met plenty of women that have their fetish for whatever group they have, and when you ask them like, oh, would you ever date this other group? And like, if the answer is ever no, especially if it's like a strong no, so like, no way, you know, like I've met a lot of Asian women that don't like to date other Asian men. Now, I believe that's a lot of the time that's just temporary. They're just going through a phase. And oftentimes if that person is to like settle down and have children and get married, it's most likely going to be with another Asian person. But I've definitely met a lot of people who have gone through that. He has said he wants his kids to have his same childhood. It's like how some white girls want mixed race kids. Personally, I don't know if it's that bad or just a strange preference. Well, I'm not sure what he means by same childhood, but if by same childhood he means he just wants to have his children look up and see two black parents, I think that's fine. I don't think that's a fetish. Like, Fanatic strikes me as a person who, like, he wants his actions to reflect the politics that he believes in. But yeah, the white girls that want mixed race kids, that's a volcanic flag right there at all times. I can't see. That's actually a good example of wanting to be with somebody because of a fetish. At that point, the girl has basically fetishized the image of a mixed race baby because of all of these, mixed race, light skin, and that leads into a whole treasure trove of other concerns. So somebody that is out there, like for all the people who say, oh, I really want a mixed race baby, it's going to be hard for them to convince me that that's not getting dangerously close to fetish behavior. Like literally both fetishizing the black male in order to get that and fetishizing the mixed race child, like the product of it. Hey Charlie, I've once again come to support my fellow artists. I'm on call at the moment, but I'll be visiting my parents, so I'm just gonna open the PC and look. Thanks a lot. Pix is looking fire as fudge, my friend. Appreciation. I guess it's a culture thing that he's trying to maintain as well. Yeah, that as well. But then I think, is that different to Nick Fuentes or Dr. Umar's take on dating within your race? It's similar, but I think it comes down to the intent, right? Like, if Fanatic's intent is for him to, like, for example, it's kind of like when Umar says, or not just Umar, but other people in the black community. Some people say, if you really care about the black community, and if you care about the black community, but you're not dating a black woman, or you didn't marry a black woman, or you didn't have children with a black woman, then you don't really care about the black community, right? Which I disagree with. But somebody like Fanatic strikes me as somebody who, he would agree with that. He would agree that if he's out on these streets or online saying all these things about, trying to help the black community be better and all that stuff, I can understand why he would be of the mindset of, well, if I say these things, what better way to champion what I believe by showing that, you know, I'm putting back into the community. I'm dating a black woman and I want to have, you know, black children and all of that stuff. Like Umar and Nick Fuentes have spoken about those things, but Fnatic, I think, engages in it for slightly different reasons. But I don't know, I haven't heard him talk about, I mean, I haven't heard content from him in a long time, so it's possible that he's changed his perspective on some stuff. What is this? All right, let's start cleaning this up. Oops. This doesn't make sense. Let us fix this. Maybe it does. Wait. I just need to take a look, see what it... Sure. Actually, I think it's gonna look stupider. Yeah, it looks stupider. Yeah, I guess it does make sense. Da-da-dum, 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 da-dum. Oh wow. Just saw a thumbnail for an academic stream saying PNB Rock got lined up by the waiter. That's crazy if that's true. I'm also quite disconnected from caring about race. I have no inherent loyalty to my Icy Freeze. It's funny. Yeah, that's usually a better way to treat things, I think, anyway. Some people go a bit too far with that stuff. I mean, there's a time and place for it to be discussed and for it to be a thing, especially with like dating or children and certain problems, but it's all about balance, really. Alright, let's get some Persona. I need to listen to Persona 3's soundtrack a bit more. I know I've listened to this a little bit. What is the big tunes? What is the big tunes? Okay, let's save this in another. Oh, I have heard this. I've got the cringe I'm colorblind take. I see action way more as a thing to judge. Yeah, I mean, that's not even cringe. That's basically the Martin Luther King quote, right? The content of character thing, which is how most people, like in 95% of cases, that should be the way we look at things, you know. So yeah, I wouldn't even call that cringe. Okay, yes, we are aware this song is in every single Persona game. Thank you. I think when race becomes like, I think when you find somebody that deals with race a lot when it comes to like dating and preferences and stuff, oftentimes it may be people who have like received the negative end of the negative side of things, right? Like perhaps being in a friend group where they're the only black person, and then they get looked at a certain way, or they get rejected by the people that they often encounter or something like that. I don't know, maybe that's not even a good example, but I think sometimes there is an origin story, like a reasonable origin story behind why some people are sometimes hell-bent on this stuff. I don't like, okay, I need to make her hair longer because this is annoying me. I don't like that this is not covering the little collar. Should solve it. Put up with them. Oops. Wait. Okay. What is this? Oh, it's just a shitty line. Oh, this song. Okay, I remember this one. I need to move this one up. I can sense my OCD coming in. That's better. It's a bit hard for me as I've never felt I was held back due to my color, so I feel that's a big disconnect I have. Yeah, but I'm sure you can empathize with like there's enough real stories and real history and stuff in this world for you to know that even if you haven't experienced much of that yourself, that doesn't mean that you're incapable of understanding that it does happen to people, or that, and you know what I mean, like slavery just being the prime example of that, right? Like we don't need to have experienced it to know that there was a time in history where shit was bad. Okay, now I can see that this needs to be over here. What a horrible mistake I didn't notice. Like even me, like I wouldn't say that I haven't experienced like really hardcore, really bad, like depressing levels of racism. But definitely coming out to Asia though, that definitely put things into perspective more than my time in the UK or my time in London ever could. 1000%. In fact, like I think I've become way more racially sensitive to certain realities post coming here. 1,000,000%. Besides the history, I don't really see it being directly and only skin color in this day and age. Yeah, oftentimes it's not. I could be extra lucky, EX lucky, and sheltered from it all. Yeah, that could be true too. But whether you're sheltered or not sheltered, I generally agree that that we've progressed far enough for somebody. We've progressed far enough that if somebody is failing or not doing well in life, especially if those people are coming from areas that are not like the gutter of the gutter, oftentimes race is not going to be really playing a big role in why somebody can't do well or not. But yeah, coming to Asia is definitely even small things like really understand. I mean, colorism has always been a thing, right? Like we went to school. I'm sure you remember the light skin, dark skin stuff, right? Like you remember a time when light skinned black girls were the thing, right? If you were a dark skinned black girl, good luck, right? If you were like dark, like Lupita Nyong'o, like if you were dark enough to be called Blick, good luck. You know what I mean? So even things like that, when you explore stuff like that, and that's from where we're from. Now imagine that in Asia, where there's already historical and other reasons why lighter skin is preferred. That's where you start to see some really troubling realities, where it's like, oh wow, the way I look naturally is just not desirable. It's just not, for whatever reason. Like even if there's a reason for it or some kind of historical context, the reality is that the skin that you were born in, there's some parts around the world where the skin you are born in is just not attractive. It's not considered to be good. Like it's considered to be objectively bad. Like living in a place like that and experiencing some of the pitfalls of that's where it's pretty sad. It's pretty unfortunate. Yeah, the skin tone wars, yeah. Those were some really rough times. To the point where honestly, like if I could go back in time, if I could go back in time as a ghost, like as a ghost of encouragement for certain students back then, I would go back as a ghost and I'll go to all the dark skinned black girls and I would try to give them some encouragement, like hang in there. Don't worry, in 15 years time it's gonna flip around. Well, it's gonna kind of flip around. Not flip around, but trust me, the light-skinned girl thing it's not gonna pop up. It's gonna reduce a little bit. They're still gonna be above you, but there's gonna be more appreciation for your skin tone. Trust me. There's gonna be a woman called Lupita Nyong'o. She's gonna be in the Black Panther movies. She's a beautiful dark-skinned woman. Trust me, you're gonna just hang in there. Like I would actually do that, because when I think back to those skin tone wars, man, dark-skinned girls just got it, man. They got incinerated by how often they were just like, it's actually shocking. Like when I really think back and think how bad it was, I'm surprised some of them didn't self-harm at some points. That's how bad it was at times. I never thought about it, but yeah, calling some block in school, someone Blick in school was a legit slur, yeah. And it was a game ender. It was a game ender. You would just say, yeah, but you're Blick. Like, That's it. Unless that Blick person was like amazing at rebuttals, like they were the sickest, most comedy. They had the best roast. If they were like naturally good at roasting, it was over. It was actually over. So yeah, I mean, if it's that bad amongst ourselves, then you can only imagine how bad it is when it's like, oh, the entire beauty standard of a country cannot be in line with a skin color. Yeah, Blick, what a word. Okay, this is looking slightly better. I think I need to put a bit of a texture on this maybe. Yeah, but you're Blick. Destruction. I know for a lot of guys as well, like there's a lot of, well, I can't say a lot, but well, actually, yeah, I think I can say it. There's quite a few black men, especially like the nerdy types, right? Like people like us who are, you know, into video games and anime and like comics and stuff. Like there does seem to be a pattern of, if there's a black person or a black guy who hasn't dated a black woman, it's oftentimes it doesn't come as a surprise as that black guy tending to be on the nerdy side, you know? And it's not even always because, it's not even always the case that the black guy is not into black women. You know, he may have been attracted to quite a few, but oftentimes, at least back then when we were in school, right? And I know this happens now as well, which is the average black girl is often not into guys like that, you know? So there's that dynamic too of like, I like black girls, but when I was young, or when I was like, every time I showed interest, they weren't interested in me. They were going for different kinds of guys. Wait, why is this happening? Okay. Man, school was really full of low-tier godisms, 1000%. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Okay. This song. There was definitely a rise of black nerd girls after I left school. Wait, wait, we're the same age, right? I forgot. How old are you again? this song. Born 88. Okay, secondary school, Lewisham. Okay, so we're just 2 years apart then. Yeah, I don't know if there was a rise in black girl nerds. But I don't know, I think it's impossible for me to gauge if there was really a rise or not. But I know there's definitely a fair amount of black girls that are into nerdy stuff. But like when I only had like, I think I only had one in school. And we were friends as well actually. There may have been more, but the main one I can recall it was just one person. But that's just my school experience. Lewisham. What was that like? I went to school in Stockwell Park. That was an experience. I remember when we were picking the school, because I was meant to go Dunraven and Streatham, because I've got like 7 brothers, and literally all of my brothers went to Dunraven, so I was supposed to go there too. But then something happened, and then like we applied late, and then I didn't get in, and then so I went to Stockwell Park, and the original plan was to go to Stockwell Park for the first year, and then go to Dunraven, and then change to Dunraven. And I remember like hearing that Stockwell Park was a bad school, and one of the things I heard was that Stockwell Park was like very, very proud of an achievement that they recently had got, which was that the achievement was they were the most improved school in Lambeth. That was the achievement. Like, hey guys, we're the most improved school. Yeah, we've improved so much. We're so improved. In fact, we're the most improved. You know what I mean? How bad do you have to be? How bad must you have been for your achievement to be the most improved school? That's how you know that was a place to be, man. There was definitely some danger in that place. For me, there was no black girls watching Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. We're the most improved school. Yeah. Improvise. Is my sticky notes not open? Lewisham was calm for the most part. I was in a Church of England, so it was pretty chill. My mum was watching my back for real. Nice. Pretty good. Yeah, that was hilarious. Most improved school, you know. That's not. I mean, I guess it's something to be proud of, but in the grand scheme of things, I mean, you shouldn't. Whatever cesspool you found yourself in like to need to improve so much, I mean that is the problem, right? But I think I was quite lucky though, because the year that I started at that place, like ironically, the thing about most improved school, I think it did ring true, because Stockwell Park went through a big change where like they changed the school uniforms. They used to have black uniforms, and apparently it was during that time. Now, not to say that the black uniforms like possessed students to do crazy stuff, but apparently some big shakeup happened. The leadership changed, and like the head teacher changed, and they changed to the blue uniform, and apparently like that. Those changes and many other changes that were made actually did make the school better. It was still a rough time at the beginning, but apparently the bad name that school had existed before I was there. like long before I was there when they were still rocking the black uniforms. Went from E tier to D tier, big ups. Yeah. Upgrade. That's hilarious, man. Hey guys. We're the most improved school. Man. Wait, you know what? Let me do this. Oh no, I cancelled it. Jeez, keep doing that. Maybe the blue. And then what we do is do this. Change that back. Here. And then turn that off for now, in case I want it later. Oh, I haven't colored this yet. Okay.
Destruction.
Go with the light. Or maybe. Nope, the blue is not working. Maybe this. Oh, that's the same color. Maybe that. Oh shit, I can't see. Yeah, Persona's fire. I still haven't played any of the. Well, I played like 10 minutes of Persona 5 and I'm like, I can't do this. I don't have the time. I wish I was aware of Persona, but like, there was a time in my life where if I was aware of Persona, I would have played all of them. but that time is not now. Have you played them? Oh man, like fighters, what's going on? Have you played the Persona games? I honestly wish I played them. I wish the music is good regardless, but you know when you play a game that has good music, and because you played the game, not only is the music good, but you're able to connect the time in the game where the song plays or the moment in the story. I wish I could have that association with the music too. But so yeah, for now it's just gonna have to be. Oh, I was asking C4, but yeah. At least I guess now I know you haven't played it. But yeah, all the games. I'm gonna make it a point. I guess Persona 6 might not be coming for a while because they just released Metaphor, which I guess is like a filler game. I'm not sure. I haven't heard much about Metaphor's music though, but I'm sure it's good. But yeah, if Persona 6 does come, I'm telling myself I'm not gonna miss out on that one. I'm gonna play it no matter what, even if the game sucks. I just want to play it to experience the music, like in game. I only play P4U, the fighting game. Oh, I played a bit of that too. Yeah, I think that game had some of the music from the RPG games, right? I think I liked that game. I thought that game was good. I watched a few when it was being played seriously. I watched quite a bit of it too. This one looks cool from what I've seen. Yeah, it's just a very it's kind of like an RPG mixed with a dating sim. Like there's a lot of like social, like you gotta manage your relationships with characters and stuff. So people that are into, basically Persona's really popular with people that like turn-based RPGs, but also like anime romance type stuff as well. And being able to like, kind of like Mass Effect and that, kind of like an anime version of Mass Effect. Or like those old BioWare games where a lot of your decisions mattered. Okay, what are we doing now? Okay, I think it's shading time. Yeah, it had a lot of the RPG music in it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember some of it from the game. Wait, a dating sim? No, maybe dating sim is the wrong word. Like they have these things called like social in one. I know in Persona 4 it was called like social links or something, but like each Persona game, there's a component where you can manage your relationships with each character, and then I think there's not like romance options where you have sex with them or anything, but like there's different benefits from if you maximize your relationship with this character versus another character. So there's a heavy social component of saying the right thing, getting the character a gift, completing their quest, talking to them more throughout the day. Because there's like a day-night thing, right? Where during the day you're in school or you're around town and you're talking to characters, and you do that for a lot of the game. And then during the nighttime or during like the other side of the game when you go into the dungeon area and then that's where the RPG, the turn-based fighting stuff happens. A lot of the Persona games follow that formula. What's this one? So apparently this song plays when you're taking a test in the school. So I feel jealous, like so many people in the comments like saying how this song, they just associate this song with taking tests. So anytime they took a test in school, like in real life, they would, like this song would just play in their head. I wish I had that like connection with the song. Why did it do that? I did not want to. Okay, let's load that again. Okay, I think it's shading time. Do I want the skin to be a bit more vibrant? Excuse me. Oh, that's why. I think I'm okay with this. Let me see. Rasterize, see if I can make it a bit more. Yo, these meltdown, bro. Some of them meltdowns are hilarious, man. Are they still happening? Well, I guess maybe the ones. If they're still happening, that's crazy. But maybe some of the ones you're seeing are like it happened when it happened, and then they're just still in rotation. But yeah, I've seen like, what's the one? I think when one lady was at the rally, like at Kamala's rally, and then she's like holding onto the gate, and she's like, no, like just howling at the moon, like turning into, evolving, like digivolving into her next form or something. I don't know what was happening. There's one black girl in a car. Oh, I think, is that when she starts crying? I've only seen clips of some, but like I've tried to avoid them because I just don't want to go down the rabbit hole of just laughing at people, man. I feel a bit, I mean, it's funny, but she's just screaming, no. And the thing is, some of them is so most of them are so performative. Like if it happens, it's one thing for it to happen. Like you find out that Kamala lost, and then maybe you're just with your people, and then like somebody else is recording, and then they happen to catch your reaction, and your reaction is no. Okay, fine, if that's your reaction, right? It's exaggerated, but at least in that world, at least it's like something you naturally did, not because you were on camera. But to be in your car and to place your camera, you know what I mean, front camera mode, and to like, how do you do it? Do you put the timer on first, or do you record it? Do you take a deep breath and then you scream no, and then you finish recording, and then you edit the video so it edits out the deep breath? Like, yeah, it's just super staged. One line she says, well, really confused me. She said, "Do you really hate me that much?" And I'm like, bro, it's not about you. Yeah, to set up a selfie and do it, yeah, that's sus, man. There's no chance. That's ridiculous. This is serious attention-seeking behavior. Yeah, exactly. It's just a symptom of wanting, social media, wanting to be acknowledged and valued, and your existence is noticed, right? It's a symptom of a larger problem. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, anyone, it's fine if you record a video for TikTok and you just talk, you're talking to the camera, you're talking about your disbelief, or you're talking about your shock. But to record yourself like crying and reacting and screaming and shouting no, like NOOOO times 19, we're doing it a bit too much. Notice me, senpai, exactly. Just please notice how distraught I am. Alright, shading time. Okay. How do I want to do this? Wait, do I want to put some kind of effect on the staff? Perhaps. In my opinion, the left visual looks way worse than the right, and have done for in the the optics of the left, right? Yeah, especially after right now, what's going on and the reactions and stuff. Something in my eye. Get out of me eye. Wait, let me save that one. Joy. Okay, but let me go wash my eyes. Something in my eye. It's annoying. It's getting on my nerves. The right are too, but they are not as ridiculous as the left. I think it's just a thing where it's that's the current climate, right? Right now, the left is overreacting to the situation, and the outrage is quite big. But it's a pendulum thing, man. It's been swinging back and forth, I think, for a while. But I would agree that there's certain sentiments that the left has been having problems with for quite a while, and it's partially why they lost the election. But it wouldn't surprise me. It's just the way the things are. Like, things always go back and forth. Let's not forget that there was a whole bunch of election results denial from the right side when Trump lost to Biden 4 years ago. And let's not forget, January 6th and all of that as well, right? So it's just the flavor of the month right now. Oh shit, I was doing... Do I think there was any election meddling in 2020? No. And if you follow all of the actual legal proceedings that investigated it, there's no thinking, there's no human with a operational functional brain cortex and other essential parts of their mind intact that would claim that there was actual evidence of any form of tampering. It's just not true. And there's multiple sources you can use, both from the left and right, that can confirm that. And even if you don't want to use like left and right sources, the case is there. A person could look at the actual the proceedings, like the way it was explored. You know, you can just read it. A person could just read it on their own and come to their own realization. No Russian meddling. I don't know about Russian meddling, but I think that there's I just don't think there's enough information to. I don't think it's that kind of claim has to be proven. That there needs to be some tangible evidence, and there's no tangible evidence to prove that was the case, right? I think the difference is the right say clown things, but the left dress up and act like clowns on 4K. That's a good way to put it. I don't know if I want to do this kind of effect, but we'll see. Oh, this song. This is a banger. Forgot about this song. Yeah, I just don't know enough about. There doesn't seem to be any reasonable evidence that Russia did anything. You know, not to say that that trying is beyond them. I'm sure that's maybe something that they would definitely want to do or attempt to do, but proving it is another thing altogether. It's a shame though how some things turn out. Like I'm definitely a center-left person, and I'm more like, to me, what's more important is that someone is able to communicate their beliefs, whatever they are, whether they're left-leaning or right-leaning. Like I'm definitely more in favor of left-leaning ideology, because I just believe that it's a lot of the good stuff that comes from that side is better, you know. But whether the party that represents it is doing a good job to highlight that is another story, right? So that's just unfortunate. And I think most people that are on the left should have a stance like that. It's like, okay, fine, you're on the left, but like, just because you lost, or just because the Democratic Party lost, doesn't mean that your ideas are trash. I mean, some of them might be, but doesn't mean that all of them are trash. It just means that the party that you support didn't do the best job to communicate those ideas, or to let people realize why those ideas are worth fighting for or worth having in the leadership. What makes me center-left and not left-left? Because I still believe in certain things, such as like, when it comes to like things like between men and women, for example, I'm still quite traditional in a lot of areas, right? Like I'm still believing a lot of traditional family values. And for example, when you look at like a traditional household, right? Like when you think of like a man, woman, and children, I still think that there are in a best case scenario, that is the better way to raise a family. Like I believe that. I believe that. With all the variables that can happen in the world, having that traditional nuclear family is I think able to equip children for the best chance of success. You know, so things like that. And I don't lean so super heavily into. I can't really like put it into words because I haven't really like formulated it into language like this before, but even things like just the way we speak to people, like the way we encourage people, right? Like I think it's fine to be aware of certain social pitfalls or racial issues that might affect people differently, or gender issues, or you know, how maybe being gay might be a bit difficult in certain areas and stuff like that. Like I totally agree with that, but I also believe that there's a time and place where you just need to tell somebody to basically fix up, look sharp, and do your best, and don't get too hell bent or stuck on these social issues, because sometimes they can be used as a crutch for you to not work as hard as you need to be working to actually ascend out of whatever situation you're in, you know. So those are just two examples. I'd have to think more, but stuff like that. How do you define the left, and what good things are you talking about? I don't want to get into like super hardcore definitions of the left, because I know that varies, and I'm not even too familiar with like the actual meaning of that. But the second part, things like I believe that I believe it's important for people to understand, like for example, what the thing that I said earlier about like certain things being true about like race and stuff, like, or not just race, but like let's say gender, race, being gay. Like there's certain components of society where, depending on what you are or how you look, things may or may not be harder for you. And I believe that it's important for those things to be highlighted, or for those things to not be ran away from. I think that there's some people on the right that work hard to deny those realities because they want a super hardcore champion, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, just work hard and ignore all those things. And again, I agree that there's a time and place where that does need to be said, but I don't agree that, like, I acknowledge that there's a time and place where those things need to be said, but there's also a time and place where those things need to be acknowledged, like the difficulties and the pitfalls and the realities of, actually, in some cases, it may be harder for this specific group of people in this certain situation because of these other systemic issues or stuff like that. I believe that is the case. Like, it's not even a matter of me believing that is the case. It just is the case. Like, this can be proven, and you can see this statistically. You can see this through the history, right? And so I just believe that one example of me adhering to the left is because I believe that it is important to explore these things and try to diminish these things and get rid of these things. But sometimes getting rid of these things comes by way of it first acknowledging their existence. Now, the way that their existence is acknowledged is a different story altogether, right? But ideologically speaking, I think that these things are important. So it's a balance of ideas and what side they come from that dictates your position. I couldn't define my place as I don't tie my ideas to political sides, so I was just wondering on the metrics. Yeah, I don't really know how I percentage it out or balance it. But I just say center left because that seems to be the language used when people... That just seems to be the language used when people are basically saying they adhere to a lot of leftist ideology, but there's just certain things from the right that they personally agree with, you know. I haven't really put like a percentage on it, or how much I'm in the center, or how much I'm leaning to the right or whatever. And personally, I think in this day and age, I get weary of anyone who is just purely on either side. I think in this society where we're able to see so much and learn a lot and see how different people live and what different issues are around the world, I find it hard to make sense of somebody that would just straight up be like, I'm just on the left or I'm just on the right. Because saying that, it makes it sound like the person is incapable of seeing things from other perspectives. So in my mind, I think somebody that is sounds crazy to say, but it should be a thing where you should either be center right or center left. I think if you're just one or the other, I'm not sure about that one. It just strikes me as a little extreme, I think. No number Earthbender strikes again. What color do I want this to be? Do I want this to be this green again? I don't even know. Divide, maybe? Darker. No, not that one. Do I want to put the glow? I don't even know. I think maybe here. Maybe we just go with the outline, maybe. See how that looks. Oh wait, why didn't it grab everything? Okay. Too thick. I think with something like abortion, I fall in the cracks. There should be a responsibility put on it and not the extreme ends that combos normally go to. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of extreme positions on it. And the trouble with abortion is that you can't really separate it from its philosophical nature, right? Like the whole when is a life thing. The fact that that is continue to be debated to the end of time means that it's just forever going to be one of those issues where it's just a rough one, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think the escape I have, I think fighters will agree with me on this one. The escape I have for what I'm about to say, I acknowledge that there's many different ways to interpret when does life begin, right? There's a reason why this is going to be debated forever, but the position I have is that the way I feel like I'm priming this up. I'm like stirring the pot right now. I think that the easy way to escape a lot of these issues is if you adhere to the idea that life begins at conception. Like, because I'm of the belief that life is not a thing necessarily that starts, it's a thing that continues, right? So the moment that the egg, the sperm reaches the egg, that's when life, the process of life continuing begins, right? And with that perspective escapes you. You are able to escape the entire issue of when does life begin, right? Because if life just continues at the moment of conception, then you no longer have to do the when there's a heartbeat, when the fingers move, when the embryo, when it starts to take shape, you know, when it starts to kick the stomach or whatever, right? Like you escape all of that messy stuff, because the problem with the debate is that that mess comes into it at some point and it just becomes too hard to manage. But if the question is when does life begin, that's my answer. But I know that's not like a foolproof, perfect answer, and it's not something that everyone's gonna agree with. I can separate because I don't put value on life. It's got the cheat code. But yeah, abortion is just a rough one. Yeah, to me, to you, a simple murder. Yeah, like I've been asked that question before. I think with my ideology, I would have to conclude that therefore abortion is murder. Like according to the worldview that I have, it would have to, yeah, that would have to be the answer that I would have. But you know, it gets complex because, you know, the woman's freedom to be able to choose and stuff like that. It's in the case of abortion, even if it is the case that philosophically speaking it is murder, even if that is the case, that doesn't then mean that we automatically want to create a world where we're punishing women as if they've murdered like a living being, like a 25-year-old walking down the street. Like that's a messy world to be in as well, right? So, but I do believe that philosophically, like logically and philosophically, if I believe that life begins at conception, then the ending of that life would have to mean it's murder. I don't even debate it. We're all entitled to our opinions on it. I don't think it's much to discuss. You're entitled to it. It's your conscience. Yeah. But there was a time where I was really thinking about the murder thing, though. The only thing that like, I agree that I do believe that technically on a philosophical level it is. The only thing that gives me pause is when I think about the word murder and we focus on the unlawful part of it, right? Because for murder to be murder, it has to be unlawful, right? And sometimes I think there is a way that somebody could spin it, which is if as crazy as it's gonna sound, like if the mother feels like the birthing of this child is actually going to take away from me in more ways that in ways that I don't want it to, me ending this child it's not unlawful in the same way as like killing something for no reason. It's not like you're ending something for entirely no reason, right? Because if you do that's murder, right? That's more closely tied together with murder. But if a mother is ending a pregnancy because of like multiple reasons, whether we agree with the reasons or not are one thing, but I think that there is a way that somebody may be able to spin and say, well, it's not really murder because it's not completely unlawful. There is like some kind of actual intention and protection of oneself that is going into that decision, you know, but I haven't really given that much thought outside of that. Well, it's killing a life. Looking at deep differences is silly. Not that I don't think people should be free to do that. I just think it's wrong. But there is a difference between murder and killing, though, right? Like you say, it is killing a life, but like I agree, it's killing a life. But and I also agree that perhaps it is murder, but there is a tangible difference and meaningful distinction between what killing is and what murder is. And it is an important distinction because murdering applies a much greater weight and moral, something that's morally reprehensible, whereas killing doesn't have that same weight. Then I'll use kill, not murder. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, nobody should be denying that. No, even on both extremes, I'm sure there's somebody who is extreme that would deny that abortion is killing, but nobody really should be denying that abortion is killing a child or killing killing a developing human life. Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't know for sure if you were joking, but I'm glad to hear that you're joking on that. Because yeah, it's quite a big difference. Oh, the purple works. The purple line works, mayhaps. You're correct, but I think it's morally wrong, and it's 100% a kill. Yeah, I think it's a kill too. And a kill can still be morally wrong without it being transcending into murder. I feel that's a straw man. Which part? Which thing? The mad thing I think about this is that people are afraid that it's going to be taken away from them. And I'm just like, bro, why are you so concerned about this? 99% of cases are not extreme. It's a decision about personal comfort. Yeah, that's right. I think it being a baby overrides it being a killing or a murder. No one cares. It's a baby getting removed from life. Well, yeah, but that position is hinged on the person's, like, what it's about the foundation, that it's about the foundations of the person. Like you say that, but to the person who believes that the life starts at conception, obviously they're not going to agree with that, right? Like you say, it being a baby overrides it. Or you saying like no one cares. Like the reason why some people will care is because they believe that developing human in the stomach still has rights and still has value. So it just hinges on. It just comes down to like where somebody's fundamentals, where their foundations come from. Like whatever is at the base of the tree, what is there, and then the plant that comes out of that is gonna vary depending on what the person believes. If that makes sense. It's preventing versus killing murder, but that, like, not really, because if you believe that the child growing is in the process of becoming a human or is a human and it's just in the early stages of humanity, it's still a life, right? Like there's people that are still gonna justifiably be like, you're preventing the birthing of this child, of this person, so you're ending it, you're killing it, you're killing the process. So and C4, like, this is, you're not gonna solve this. This is not something you're gonna be able to overcome. This very question is the eternal debate, right? And there's plenty of good points on many sides. So you can't just simply say what you've said, because it's a lot is happening there, you know. It's not as simple as you're making it out to seem. Like whatever you're about to say, or whatever counter you think you have, there is a counter to it. No, but you can't end something that hasn't started, but it has started. Like people, like in my perspective, their life has started. And in many people's perspective, the life has started. The moment of conception, the life has started. Like for some people, the life starts when the child is born. When the this is why this topic is tricky, because there's all these philosophical names for it, right? Like there's people that believe that their life has started the moment that the child is birthed into this world. But then the question is, why is it that, is there something magical about the vagina where once the child passes through the vagina, does the vagina bestow life on the child? If the vagina bestows life on the child through the passageway, what was the child 10 seconds before it came through the vagina or the C-section or whatever it is, right? Like when you have certain perspective, you open up a can of worms in other areas, right? So I'm not even saying my thing is foolproof, but the point I'm making is that for the person that believes that the life begins at conception, then ending that life is killing, like ending that process is killing the life, right? So that's the mess that you put yourself in when you go down that road. And the other thing you have to the next question is, okay, when does the life start? Is it at 4 months? Is it at 6 months? Is it at 8 months? Is it when the child is out into the world? And each answer to that question opens up a separate can of worms. That's why it's eternally tricky. That's why I feel like my position, again, I'm not saying my position is the foolproof perfection, and that there's ways to argue against it too. But the reason why I feel strongly about my position, or people who agree with that position, is that the position of it beginning at conception, it frees you from the traps of every other argument, which starts with life starts at X months. The moment you say life starts at X months, there's a Pandora's box that you fall into. But when you adhere to the conception side of things, you don't fall into that trap. And I think that's a important thing to point out. Yeah, if it started, preventing it would be killing it. Yeah. And again, I'm not even saying factually that the life has started, but again, there are many people who believe that it starts at the conception. So if that is the case, then people of that belief would believe that ending that process at any time is killing it. Is this on top? Oh, it should be, right? Like not watering a plant and not watering a seed. One is killing the plant, one is preventing the plant from becoming. My point was the two positions weren't given its strongest position. Yeah, I know what you mean. I definitely understand. Oh shit. Let's do... Wait, can I just make this white now? Maybe that will be better. Maybe... Stroke? No. It's a bit too busy. I actually think that looks okay. Or maybe the same color as this. No, I think white is better actually. The white stroke or white cover overlay. Alright, let's go to some Persona 4. I think 4 definitely has a stronger soundtrack, I think. I think 3 has like 5 good songs. Four has just got quite a lot of bangers. Alright, shading time. Shading time, I believe it's time. You know what, let's not do that. If the left hadn't campaigned on those subjects, they have a better chance of winning. Yeah, a better chance. Well, I don't think it's about the fact that they campaign on those topics. I think it just comes down to execution and how they campaign on it, how they make people feel when they campaign on it. Because they have to talk about it, because these are some policies that they have in mind, or just beliefs that they have, right? They have to talk about it. But I think the issue was just the method. Yeah. The method clearly wasn't it just wasn't it. But there's I think we explored when we spoke the other day, right? There's so many moving parts to this whole thing that created this situation. Is there a longer version of this? I'm curious. Actually, I think there is, because this sounds familiar. Oh, go away. There must be a longer one. 2 hours. Why would I want to listen to? Some people go crazy when they make an extended version of a song. The song is 1 minute 11 seconds. I want a longer version. And they go from 1 minute 11 seconds to 2 hours. Why would I want a 2 hour loop? 21 minutes. 17 minutes. Why don't you just make a 4 or 5 minute? What are you doing? Regular song, 3 to 4 minutes. $17 minutes, Let me use this. That's what I meant. Both sides talk about it, obviously. They just come across as deranged, frothing at the mouth for abortions. They just tried guilt tripping. It's a major tactic. Vegan strats, they need to be a lot like Vegan Gains. Now, Vegan Gains is a bit wild as well, though, like with some of his rhetoric. I used to hate him. He seemed like a danger to society back in the prime iDubbbz days and HVH3. Then I saw him debate Destiny and thought he wasn't as bad. I think he's a necessary evil for the vegetarian war. It's like the new season of Bleach. Vegetarian. After the Quincy's get donezoed. Time for Vegan Gains and his squad. It's not even a good loop. If you're gonna do, oh my, unbelievable. Okay, go away. Go away. Nope. Okay, what are we doing? All right, shading. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Stop being a drab. Now the problem is this hat is going to be very hard to shade because of I'm so bad at lighting. Oh my god. Shape of this, I'm gonna show how to make the light bounce. Okay, maybe. Okay, let's take that. Not sure. I think he's harsh, but I think it's better than you have been. Have you been to a slaughterhouse before? Yeah. That's not a good argument. No, we need to get the whole face in here. The whole face. Oh, it's a joint. See, there's already like 3 songs back to back that are pretty solid. Veganism is a kink. Don't let Vegan get into you say that. You might think you're being serious. I find it funny, like some vegan arguments or people who are arguing against veganism, I think they would just do themselves a favor by just admitting, listen, I have a double standard. I just like to eat meat. Like, yeah, it's killing, the way that we treat animals is horrible. Like, okay, I concede. I just like eating meat. Just say that. Just say that and be done with it. You don't need to jump through flaming hoops to find a perfect, ultra instinct argument. Just say you like eating meat and just be done with it. Acknowledge that you're not going to win that debate because they're just right. If the argument is eating animals is immoral or harmful or like just bad, right? Like bad in terms of like how we treat the animals and stuff. It's just not gonna. Just better to just be like, yeah, I just like meat. Yeah, just bite the bullet. But the problem is, so many people don't want to do that. How do I do this? Biting a crowbar. You're just biting the whole gun at that point, the bullet and the rest of it, Not sure how the lighting is gonna work here. Yeah, let's do this. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I just like eating meat, but I don't see good arguments on that side. It depends what the topic is, because veganism arguments can cover a variety of different topics, right? It depends on, like, is the debate about what's healthier? Is it about what's moral or not? Is it about, like, should we, like, you know, those two areas are typically the two major fighting grounds. So it really just depends on what the discussion is about in the first place. Okay, there's something like this. Another banger. If you care about life, you should assist in ending. If you care about life, you shouldn't assist in ending it. I sense the vegan destruction argument arc is about to begin. The vegan back and forth, I can feel it approaching. Do you know who Trarags is? Because I'm looking at you like him right now, especially at the word care you used. Whose life? Here we go. Here we go. Well, I can hear is Mario. Is that Luigi? Who says here we go? I think it's Luigi. Here we go. That's what I hear every time I see a vegan debate about to begin. If so, I'm not going to sub-platform. I just had chicken strips. Oh shit, I didn't favorite that. Oops. I just accept it's immoral to eat meat. I don't think that's what you believe though, right? Because you would probably acknowledge that if somebody ate meat from the animal that naturally died, like if there was an animal that died of natural causes, or an animal was killed by a predator and then it stumbled onto the road and then somebody picked it up and then ate that animal, that wouldn't be immoral, right? I think it being immoral a lot of the time is tied to the exploration of how we kill animals and why we kill animals, and if it's morally acceptable to kill animals purely to be eaten, right? So I think when you say you just accept it's immoral to eat meat, I don't think that's truly what you mean. I think there's a bit more there that makes you feel like it's immoral, rather than just the meat being eaten. Yeah, that's not immoral, right? The example of the animal that's already dead. Arguing with me is boring, so boring for anyone. I'm the God did it guy, so I'm just gonna say I hear you. But that's my argument. God created this for us, and the animals were given for food. Cruelty is immoral. Eating meat isn't. Yeah, the unnecessary killing, yeah. Well, it's still tricky though, right? Because is it unnecessary because we have other foods we can eat that doesn't involve the death of animals? Because some people, you could argue that, it is necessary. I mean, it gets messy, right? Someone could say, oh, it's necessary because of the way that it's so convenient to get so many nutrients that we need for human survival. Some people would say it's necessary because people that believe that we evolved, part of the reason why we evolved to get to, part of the reason why we were even able to evolve is because of eating meat. Like our teeth is, even some people say that our teeth is designed in such a way that, there's a reason why we have some omni teeth that can eat any kind of food almost, right? So, and some people will tie that to the fact that, well, it's not really immoral if we were designed to do this. Even if you don't even have to use the word design. You can be like, if we evolved to do this, if part of our very existence came by way of us eating meat, how is it then immoral if our survival depended on it, right? I'm not even saying I agree with these arguments. I'm just saying that it's part of the reason why there's many reasons why it gets really tricky. Why is this color not doing what I thought it would do? Yeah, we don't need to eat meat. If you live in the rainforest, it's different. If you even credit evolution, Alex Jones noises. We are omnivores. We don't need to. We can. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Oh, another banger. Another banger. Okay. We are entering the realm of a little bit too many layers. Okay, Okay, how about... You hit him with the go on. Go on. If you dare. Evil laughter. Cue evil laughter. Okay, what we need to do is oops. I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to work. Stop. Wait, you think the human body is perfect? I don't know if I'm being trolled. Don't do that. You guys might as well just lay out your points so that, because it seems like nobody's trolling, right? No, both of you are being serious, so may as well just lay out your perspectives and then go from there. But I don't think C4. I don't think the human body. Wait, I don't even know what the point is. Hold on. Yeah, I'm guessing this is just a matter of you guys talking past each other. I don't think both of you should disagree that the human body is not perfect, like in that it has some. But I don't know. I think it depends. Yeah, this is. I don't know. It's a tricky one. Like perfect in comparison to what though? Because you could say that there's many paths that this can go down, right? Like, oh, you could say our joints in our knees are not as good as this other animal, so therefore it's not perfect. But then, should we be comparing our kneecaps to like an animal that has superior kneecaps? Like, is that? I don't even know. I don't even have a stake in this fight, to be honest. But I do think if we're talking about perfection, there has to be a comparison point that we're comparing ourselves to gauge like perfection. Why is this not giving me the effects that I want it to have? The lens in the eyes harden over time. That's why people use glasses in old age. That's a flaw in the design. But then, would you also then just conclude that like there's no such thing, like nothing is perfectly designed, right? Like every creature, every animal, every being in existence has a limitation, has like a ceiling, has a thing about its design that after time or after a certain kind of instance, like damage or eating something, or like we all have some kind of thing that's gonna that doesn't last or is easily breakable, or it can't be fixed once it's broken, like eyesight, right? Like we can't reverse our eyesight really. I mean, outside of LASIK, but LASIK doesn't solve every kind of eye problem. So like wouldn't you then conclude that every being in this world, like if you're using the example of our eyes hardening over time as an example of flawed design, then like everything loses to time, right? So then wouldn't you say that everything is flawed in its design, because there's certain components of existence that you can't win against time. You're gonna get bust up by time at some point. This is annoying me. I don't claim design, so I guess I can't answer that question. But earlier you said oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so you're responding to the claim that the human, but I don't even think Fighters believes that the human body is perfect. I think when he said, I'm speaking for him, so he can correct me if I'm wrong. I think when he says perfect, I think he means like perfect in the sense of its intent. Like the reason why it was designed was it's a perfect design in that its purpose. It's perfect in that it's purposeful design in what we are put here for, from the perspective of a creationist, right, or a believer in God. But it being perfect in the reasons why we are here, or perfect enough to do what we need to do, it doesn't mean that he's not acknowledging that there are elements of the human body that are weak in a lot of different areas, right? Such as your eyes deteriorating over time. I'm guessing he's not talking about actual human beings having flawless bodies. I'm assuming he means like just the intent behind our design. Why is this orange being weird today? Let's see if this works. I need to understand this. It's just gonna annoy me. Oops. Let me change color. Then the design had flaws. Then the design had flaws if it needed evolution to fix it, right? Well, no. It's either one or the other, in my opinion. That's how I think about it anyway. Yeah, because like if you believe that God plays a role in evolution, then the idea would be that God created stuff with the ability to evolve, knowing that things would evolve to get to the place that it needed to be to reach perfection. But I don't think that's how it really works. I don't think, even if you're coming from a perspective of a creator, I don't think God designed us to have flawless, perfect bodies. In a sense of, but again, it comes down to what. I don't even think it's necessarily correct to say that something is flawed because it deteriorates. I don't think that's how we should be looking at it. Right? I think something can be perfectly designed, but it deteriorates over time, or if you drop it, it can break. Like it being at the mercy or the whim of nature and time, or being mishandled, doesn't mean that it's not perfect. You know, I'm not sure if that's 100% true, but it just seems like a bit of a limitation to how you guys are exploring the term. Like, because the way you guys seems to be describing it or exploring it is that a thing needs to be unaffected by time and like invincible almost. A thing needs to have invincible qualities for it to be perfect, and that doesn't seem to be possible or realistic. Oh my god, this lighting is really annoying me. Okay. Here's what we do. Take that off. Is this still the gradient? Okay. I feel like I've missed out on a section of this convo. We can move on to concept of perfect. It wasn't a question. If we were or weren't, doesn't matter. All right. Yeah, I think maybe something was lost somewhere. Alright, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna skip this nonsense. Merge group. Yep, I did it. I merged the group. We're just gonna eyeball it. The song is tense. Yeah, that's the debate. That's the veganism debate soundtrack right there. I was pushing back on design, as you mentioned. We was designed to be omnivores. Then you asked me to show flaws in the human body. I see how that came about. Oh, big joint, big tune. Yeah, Persona 4 soundtrack is way more robust and solid than Freeze. Persona Freeze. Oh wait, I need to make that. Should be the whole leg, right? Nope, don't like that either. Also don't like that. Maybe. Nope, don't like it. Don't like that weird pastel effect. Alright, let's see how this works instead. I think I know what the problem is. maybe let's make this a bit more interesting. Perhaps I can give this a little glow. Behind. And then maybe here. Here we can give something like this. Nope, maybe I need to go deeper. Almost. Annoying issue on stream, can't figure out what's going on. What's happened? What happened? Awakening. Reach out to the truth. I think I heard something like that already. Oh, heartbreak. Yeah, what's going on with the stream? Outside of cutscenes, the dialogue audio is fine, but as soon as I get into a scene dialogue, the audio moves off into the distance. Can't figure out, like we're listening from far away. Maybe, do you have a clip of it? Maybe you can link a clip and I can look at it. C4 knows a lot about sound stuff as well, or streaming stuff as well. But I would need to see it and hear what's going on. Yeah, if you've got, you mean it's happening now, or you like, if you can make a clip of it, like try to make a clip of it and record it to like a 30-second, 1 minute clip, so I can see it. I'm setting up for later. Okay. Okay. Oh, that might be good if I have like a Another good song. How would I do this? I want it to look like the glow is coming through the jean shorts. I'm not actually sure how I would get this effect off. Lighten. Kind of. Maybe. What is this? Oh, this one. Let me quickly take a look. 1 hour in. Can you link the timestamp so that I just link the actual you know when you can share and you can save, you can link, copy the link with the timestamp so it goes exactly there. Just so it's just easier so I can just click it and then take a look. Like you link it with the timestamp in the link. Oh shit, I want to see what's going on with this as well actually.
The gun kind of tucked here. The dude who is a 17-year-old kid, he's a little bit nervous, I would imagine, comes to rob him. I don't know.
Literal 1 hour mark. Okay, hold on. Literal 1 hour mark. Okay, hold on. I'm at like 59:17, so I'll watch from here.
Before it was small, it wasn't bad, but it just meant I was in my office.
Jum 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 jum.
I mean, I deserve to get hit for that.
It's from here, right? Audio is fine until I get to the uncle, then it goes off into the distance. I don't know why the volume is so low. All of my, I don't know, is the setup of your volume just like low by default? Because my YouTube player is max, all my sound levels are max, but the volume is really low.
The way they do that is so clean, but so unnecessary.
I have to bring the P4 down.
Guys are lucky I don't have arrows. It's just one guy. Oh, it's his uncle. That's why we came here. Yes, uncle. Big respects to you. Big up, dog.
You mean here, right?
Uncle wants to get to work.
Oh, I see what you mean. But does that happen in all? The PlayStation input is quite high, so I bring it down. Wait, how are you streaming? Are you streaming through with the play, like via the PlayStation, or are you using OBS? How are you? What are you streaming with?
Let's go.
I'm going into a mixer. An Atem Mini ISO. But like, what software are you using? OBS.
I don't know if he gives the chain up or he says no. But now that I hear that he has a gun, and this is the other side of.
No, I'm using vMix, but the Atem is where the PlayStation is going in. It's just a HDMI. I don't know. I have no idea about that setup. But like, if the game audio is regular normally, and it only triggers in cutscenes, I can't even begin to imagine. I just don't know why that would happen. If it's fine normally, and then it happens in cutscenes, I don't know why. I can't. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea either. Maybe check Reddit. Maybe check like it might be a bug, like where Ghost of does it happen with other games? If it doesn't happen with other games, maybe it's an issue that is specific to Ghost of Tsushima with certain when streaming or something. I have no idea, but I think troubleshooting it by trying other games and seeing if other games have this issue, then maybe that will be a good thing to try.
Right? When you have a gun, maybe you trying to reach for the gun will get you shot. Let's be honest, right? Because
Let me go back a bit.
The wrapper of the $500,000 in jewelry that he's wearing.
Although it was 12:30, I think this was like a Tuesday. This was not a day that you would think that you need to keep your head on the swivel or be alert to crime or someone trying to jack me, rob me, steal from me.
But at 1:16 p.m., a gunman walks inside.
No, somebody says it wasn't a robbery. Dude shot him because he was scared. This is what I was trying to tell y'all. Okay, yeah, I kind of cut myself short. Okay, his head is on the swivel already. Now, this happens a lot. I hire security, and I like hiring security when I go out. I got a concealed carry. I could damn near carry everything.
I'm actually very curious about this situation.
I'll tell everybody that now. I do have a license to carry, brother. That doesn't mean you're completely protected or Teflon. You get what I'm saying? Again, it's a line of defense, hopefully self-defense. But now you're eating with your lady. You're focused on her. And also, it goes by your demeanor, right? Let's look at the logistics. He got the gun kind of tucked here.
It's PNB Rock's killing the Philadelphia rapper. He got killed quite a while ago, but apparently there's some new information that's saying that the waiter, because he got killed in like a chicken and waffles place, I think, or some kind of restaurant, and apparently the waiter that was working there apparently lined him up, and which is I don't know the details, but apparently that's the case.
The dude who was a 17-year-old kid, he's a little bit nervous, I would imagine, comes to rob him. I don't know if he gives the chain up or he says no. But now that I hear that he has a gun, and this is the other side of having a gun, right? When you have a gun, maybe you trying to reach for the gun will get you shot. Let's be honest, right? Because when you're gonna hear later how quickly the kid shot him. it seems like he almost like verbally said, "Fuck out of here, I'm not giving it to you." And as soon as that happened, and he may have reached, the dude shot him. So I do want to, you know, for us legal people who carry guns, it is a good thing to have a gun, but you also have to realize that could get you shot, right? You think, oh, I got a gun, I'm gonna just reach and go get it. Yeah, nobody gonna sit there and let you reach and get your gun. You know what I'm saying? So again, that's the context of them saying they found a gun on PMD Rock, because there's some people who feel I'm not lacking, which means I'm untouchable or I won't die. That don't mean that at all, right?
Ready to score.
There was some sort of verbal exchange at this point.
And 1 step.
Yeah, look at how he's walking up, right? Look how he's walking up.
Score.
There was some sort of verbal exchange at this point.
And 1 7.
It looks like his hand's stretched out already, right? Like he's already like trying to say, yo, give me the shit now. So he's walking here. Now, give me 1 second. I would say they released the raw body cam footage, but I think I got it. I think this is PNB Rock. I think this is yeah, let me see. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying this. And chat, I'm so much playing Monday Morning Quarterback. Please don't think I'm MacGyver. Don't think I'm that nigga who say, they got a gun pointed to your head, just like do this and do that. I'm not that person. Don't think I'm like, well, what's the other nigga from Taken? I'm not saying none of that, right? I'm not saying none of that. So I do want to say, all my commentary here is just kind of analyzing what we see in post, but I can't really tell. You know, I'm not saying I would have done anything different either, right?
PM.
Okay, here we
As they wait, a man seated to the right
Okay, cool. So he sees the guy.
fist bumps the rapper, but the couple is quickly taken to a table.
All right, now this is important. Now this is important right here.
Wait, what?
Waitress can later be seen bringing their food. Stephanie posts a photo of their
Okay, now the reason why I paused it here and I was trying to say I can't see though, right? This is really grainy. I can't really see what's what. I'm gonna tell you why. Because again, we are Monday Morning Quarterbacking it. We're not saying nobody's wrong or like PMB's wrong or how we reacted or whatever. But let's think about when the guy comes up. Now you've been in a restaurant, you're in a little booth thing, and you have one chair, a table, then the other chair. If the guy comes this way, he came over PMB's shoulder, so PMB's already blindsided. You get what I'm saying? As opposed to if PMB's on the other side, he would see anybody walking up from the door. You get what I'm saying? Now that could matter a lot too. That could matter a lot in terms of you kind of seeing somebody, like, you know, like it's just peripheral vision, just kind of having like, yo, that nigga look a little weird. He come in here, he frantic, he whatever. Now he pulling. Now you might just be like, what the fuck? As opposed to somebody just walk over your shoulder, and now you're looking up like, what the fuck? Now, I know some people specifically, when they go to restaurants, and I kind of like that too. I like to sit where I can see the door. You gotta want to see the door. See who coming in, who going out.
Same.
You know what I mean? My back to the wall.
I can't.
Or like
It's not. I've never even been in. Obviously, I've never been in some like life and death shootout situation. But I don't know. I think I was listening to a podcast actually. It was some military soldier guy. It might have been Jocko Willink or somebody on his show. But I remember them describing that like anytime they eat somewhere or they're sitting down in like a public setting, they always sit. If they're with a friend or whatever, they always sit in a way where they can see the entrance. And ever since hearing that, I'm like, you know what? That's actually really smart. Especially if you're out on a date and you're with a girl and your back is facing the door. Like if something crazy was to pop off or some crazy knife wielding maniac is to come in, like you want to put yourself in a scenario where you're able to get like the heads up on what's going on. If your back was a situation and the person opposite you is like some woman who's never been in a crazy violent situation, next thing you know, you got a kunai sticking out the back of your neck, and you could have avoided it if it weren't for them pesky you being pesky and not sitting in the right direction. You know what I mean? Same reason you don't sleep with your ear near a door, your hair near a door. I'm guessing you mean ear.
Place you go on, and then you want to be able to see the door. Now again, that sounds bad.
I haven't heard that one before. Same.
Girl, and trust me, your girl
You don't sleep with your ear near a door. Your head near a door. Oh. Your head near a door. Like you mean your head facing the door. But I mean, you're sleeping though, so if something's gonna happen to you, you're already at a disadvantage, right? I've never heard that one before. I'm sure there's some logic to it, but I mean, you're already sleeping. It's like if your feet is pointing towards the door or your head, either way, you're sleeping, no? Like if you're in bed, your feet are closer to the door than your head. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean, but you're either way, you're sleeping. It's not like your head being closer to the door, so it's that fraction of a second. But like, you're still sleeping. Yeah, either way, you're donezo. It's not like your feet facing the door means you're gonna likely wake up faster. Like if somebody's entering your house with their ninjutsu, activated, they're sneaking, they're doing their solid snake impression. I didn't make it up. I heard that. Okay, yeah, that's a new one for me.
Fucking thing. And you know what you're probably thinking? We are
Like, I can understand if it's like, oh, if you're just in bed, like you're not sleeping, you're just in bed, your feet facing the door is better than your head facing the door for sure. But the moment you're sleeping, then, you know, get fucked.
argued 2 nights ago. This is you trying to make it right. Yeah, get your bitch ass up in here and eat dinner with me or lunch with me to make me feel good type shit. Because for whatever reason, women just love shit like this to make them feel good. Okay, trust me. A nigga will order DoorDash till that's me. Then they die. I've never seen a nigga be like, let's just go to Carbone. Fuck no. They do it to impress. You know, we all do it to impress. So.
Meal to Instagram, geotagging the restaurant's South LA location. But what they don't know, outside in the parking lot, a plot is being hatched to rob the rapper of the $500,000 in jewelry that he's wearing.
Although it was 12:30, I think this was like a Tuesday. This was not a day that you would think that you need to keep your head on the swivel or be alert to crime or someone trying to jack me, rob me, steal from me.
But at 1:16 p.m., a gunman
Yeah, you can see how he's walking, right? You can see how that boy walking.
walks inside, ready to score.
Also, another thing, I know I'm like, chat, I can't help it, bro. It's the copy. And I'm like, relax. It's a joke. You know, I analyze things extra heavy. Niggas, we know, if you see a nigga walk in and he holding his pocket or holding like around his crotch, you think he got a gun, right? And they don't show the bigger picture of him or the bigger video of him walking in, the kid. But look.
Or be alert to crime or someone
You're gonna
trying
see, he looks like he's holding some shit. Look.
to jack me, rob me, steal from me.
But at one
Look, see? Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. Somebody already holding. Somebody said that's that YN walk. Yeah, you damn right. Well, first of all, and that's another thing too. So 2022, are we almost out of COVID? We're like almost out of COVID. We're almost out of COVID. But I ain't gonna lie, that walk. You know what? You know why this walk is very emblematic? Half of these niggas don't have belts on. Okay, they're sagging like a motherfucker, and if you put a gun now in their waistband or their pocket, that sags.
Actually true.
So they try to hold it, and usually there's one in the head, so they try to hold it in a way that they don't shoot themselves. You know what I'm saying? So
16 p.m.
Yeah, you can see.
A gunman walks inside, ready to score.
And then he pulls out. Okay.
There was some sort of verbal exchange at this point.
At 1:17 p.m., the unarmed security guard notices the commotion.
Wait, what the fuck? This was a security. Yo, what's the point of with all due respect, I'm not trying to get on no Trump shit, Andrew Tate shit or nothing. But I'll be going to my bank and I see, well, actually, no. Not in my area, because there ain't no security in my area. You don't do this type of shit where I live at. But where I used to live at a part of New Jersey, that I remember I went there, like, I remember going there, I'm like, the niggas robbed the bank. I'm like, I didn't even know bank robberies was still a thing. Anyway, they put a security there, okay?
Let's just get it on a single layer.
My nigga, they got a chick in just an outfit. And I'm looking, I'm like, they got mace, a whistle. Nigga, this shit is Friday After Next. This shit is crazy. What the fuck is this? Yo, what's the point of a security? They don't got a gun. What do you think, somebody's gonna make a finger gun to rob this place? You think people gonna make a monkey face? No, nigga, you better have a gun. What the hell? The security ran, bro.
Keep your head on the swivel or be alert to crime or someone trying to jack me, rob me, steal from me.
But at 1:16 p.m., a gunman walks inside, ready to score.
There was some.
Now, look at this. Sorry.
At 1:16 p.m., a
Right here.
gunman walks inside, ready to score.
Look, the gunman walks right past the security. The security's sitting here with his feet crossed. First of all, if the security got his feet crossed, that's a fucking problem.
That's never
You don't
funny.
got no gun and you got your feet
That's
crossed. You
crazy.
must think shit is sweet. It's not like he got the itis. It's 1:16. He may have just ate. He's just chilling here. First of all, this is the bullshit that some of these hood spots do. If the security is in like one of them vests that's meant for distress in the road, this shit ain't meant for no security guard. You don't even got a shirt that say security? You don't got like a standard black shirt that say security? You just got like one of them vests that look like you're doing road work? Oh, hell no. So anyway, he walks right past the security.
Score.
There was some sort of verbal exchange at this point.
At 1:17
Look how he turned around.
p.m.,
Look, yo, he don't even get up and be like, let me try to secure. Look, he heads straight for the door.
the unarmed security guard noticed.
Oh my God. Oh, look like a shot got fired really quickly. Oh no, that's important, chat. I know, I'm butchering the fuck out of this video. I'm gonna tell you why that's important. If that video played in real time and it shows he walks up and in 5 seconds he pulls the trigger, it appears that, if you're asking me, PMB started to reach. Must have. Had to start to reach. Had to. Because you're not even giving the nigga a chance to give you the shit. Or to, all right, cool. Say you say no and you try to intimidate him or just pop, like instantly, right? Yeah, so the security heard a bullet, and if it's that quick, it must be that PMB started to reach.
I think this was like a Tuesday. This was not a day that you would think that you need to keep your
Either that or it's a hit, right? But we're gonna imagine that it's just not a hit because the dude does take the chains.
head on the swivel or be alert to crime or someone trying to jack me, rob me, steal from me.
But at 1:16 p.m., a gunman walks inside, ready to score.
There was some sort of verbal exchange at this point.
At 1:17 p.m., the unarmed security guard notices the commotion and flees. Seconds later, PNB Rock is shot. His fiancée, Stephanie, restaurant patrons, and employees watch in horror. Others flee. 1:22 p.m. LAPD officers arrive on the scene within
Wow, okay. 5 minutes they got there.
5 minutes. They attempt to save the rapper, who is still breathing. 3 bullets have ripped through his chest and back. The crime scene, a mix of blood, jewels, and the gun PNB Rock had stored in his belt, resting on the table. Standing in the doorway of Roscoe's, a traumatized Stephanie carries her phone, but as she runs to join PNB Rock in the ambulance, LAPD officers escort her to their car. Stephanie is soon at headquarters answering questions.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, and somebody pointed this out to me. Yeah, by the way, if I could, you know who I was talking to? I'll get him on here. I guess AJ, I didn't want to watch this until I got on stream. AJ watched it, so like, I'm in the Discord last night and they talked to me. It kind of spoils a lot for me. Yo, AJ, is AJ around? I know he's around somewhere. Let me get in there. Because I remember he brought this point up to me. What the fuck? Is that AJ? Somebody just add AJ in Discord and tell him to join my channel. Anyway. I remember he said to me last night, he said, yo, he said, this was very cold of the LAPD. They wouldn't let the girlfriend ride with her man, or baby father, fiance really, to the hospital. They essentially just they just dragged her to get interrogated. And they're like, you could interrogate her later. And at first I was like, nah, maybe they thought she's involved, this and third. And I'm like, actually, there's no way they thought she's involved, right? I thought this was rather cold. Like, they should have allowed her to go to the hospital at least initially, even if I get it, they want to ask her some questions like, hey, I had beef with nobody. Hey, did anyone threaten y'all recently? But to have her hold up in a interrogation room when the father of her child, her fiance, is potentially fighting for his life, it's absolutely cruel. I do think it's cruel. I ain't gonna lie.
Can we call the hospital to see if he's okay?
And she's in an interrogation room basically saying, hey, yo, could y'all call the hospital to see if he's okay? And like, I can imagine they're just trying to ask questions. Yeah, that's kind of cold. Yeah, that's definitely kind of cold.
We're back now with more of our exclusive
Seemingly they were treating her like, maybe like a suspect more than anything.
investigation into the murder of Philadelphia rapper PNB Rock.
Yeah, she's a witness, chat. I get it. And that's what my initial thought was. Yes, she is a witness. But then you think about the humanity side of it. It's not like she's going anywhere, right? If anything, like maybe, she can't be in the actual ambulance vehicle, but bring her to the hospital and then interrogate. You can interrogate her later. That's what I'm thinking, right? Especially if she's a witness and not a suspect.
LAPD is on scene at Roscoe's in South LA, where bullets had been flying just minutes before.
No.
Philadelphia rapper PNB Rock has been shot 3 times and is barely holding on, as seen in exclusive footage obtained by True Crime News.
Wow.
Officers pull the rapper's distraught fiancée back as she appears to reach for an item on the floor, later revealed to be PNB's diamond pendant from his necklace. As cops work the scene, word quickly spreads. PNB Rock was dead, and the questions begin.
A murder occurred following a posting on Instagram or social media. The posting of that may have led to these individuals learning where he was at.
Social media users immediately start blaming Stephanie's geotagged Instagram post showing her meal.
By the way, it's also, it's also natural for people to come to that conclusion. Not only did,
Yeah, I remember everyone thought that she got him, accidentally got him killed because of the geotag.
Oh, his location was given up by him posting a bag or a receipt from a store that had the Airbnb was staying at, right? Remember, this is also LA crime that's being done to a non-LA person, and this is why they're thinking like that, right?
It's my fault. Oh my God.
Stephanie blamed herself, as seen in this police interview video hours after the murder.
What's it on me? Yeah, it was low key. There was no one in there. When me posting the chicken and the waffles.
This is unfortunately happening way too often.
Just 2 years earlier, New York rapper Pop Smoke was robbed and killed in the Hollywood Hills after thieves learned his location from a social media post. Nicki Minaj posting on X, after Pop Smoke, there's no way we as rappers or our loved ones are still posting locations to our whereabouts.
Stephanie, I wouldn't sit here and blame yourself. You got a flip off too. That's a lot of jewelry on.
Yeah, I told him to take it off.
As Stephanie replays the tragic moments for cops, she is pleading to understand what happened to PNB.
My text messages, everybody's saying sorry for your loss. What is the media saying? Is he okay?
Nearly a minute passes.
How does she...
He passed away.
Wow. Now, by the way, very sentimental moment, and I don't want to, kind of ruin it by saying, but I don't know if she told that nigga to take the jewelry off. They were both dripping, bro. You know what I mean? She had chrome heart pants on, and nice. She got an expensive purse. She had on some jewelry, maybe as not as much. I don't know if she's saying, babe, take that off. But okay, smarter. Never. Still not her fault, clearly.
Are you serious?
Yes. Okay.
So this is unfortunately how she found out about the death of PNB while being in the interrogation room. I guess people are texting her like, yo, sorry for your loss. And she's like, died?
Let me not put prints on it. Let's just put some...
She appears to be in shock.
Do you have people out here that's gonna be by your side?
It's alright.
But as cops continue their questions, they soon learn from Stephanie herself someone in the restaurant that day seemed suspicious after spotting P&B's bling.
How did they know you guys were in there? Besides the posting of anything.
Felt like he got set up.
Before long, the deputy DA confirms their investigation shows P&B was set up, and Stephanie's post had nothing to do with it.
In that photograph was only the food. There wasn't an arm or jewelry or any type of wearable items, nothing.
Now, Deputy DA, don't be facetious here.
Yeah, true.
Let me tell you this. If somebody wants to get you, they're gonna follow your girl. They know most times your girl is out with you. You get what I'm saying? Now, a very narcissistic woman is gonna think, oh no, this guy, you just think I'm hot. No. He's trying to track your man. Right? Like, ain't it easy, like, when, sometimes rappers, I know rappers that don't post, but they're fucking with this girl or that girl or this other girl. And when those people post that they're backstage of somewhere or they're post that they're at certain clubs, you be like, oh, you with that nigga. Like, you kind of know what it is, right? So this whole thing talking about, oh, she posted the location, but nobody knew he was there. It's like, she's his fiance, his baby mother. What do you think him posting that does?
Valuable on the post, that could not have given enough time to orchestrate a plan.
Instead, it all started with a man named Tremont Jones. Does anybody know who they are when they walk in?
Immediately, Tremont Jones, the gentleman who was sitting right inside the door,
Texture.
knew who he was. Tremont Jones loiters at the Roscoe's. That's just his hangout spot.
Detectives soon gathered hours of surveillance video that pieces together exactly what happened in the minutes leading up to P&B's murder and after. From the moment Tremont walks outside, he alerts another man named Freddie Trone to come to Roscoe's. Prosecutors say they acted like two old-school gangsters. So how is it that Tremont Jones tells Freddie Trone who and what is going on?
The information was relayed, who and what, and the opportunity to get maybe $500,000 is sitting inside this restaurant.
It wasn't the first time P&B was targeted in L.A. He talked about it with podcaster DJ Academics over a week before.
Y'all be knowing I'm in these things.
Or the Roscoe shooting.
Somebody tried me on Fairfax, like mid-pandemic.
Gangsters out there on Fairfax?
LA is like they bold.
At Roscoe's, surveillance cameras record Freddie Trone arriving in the parking lot. He chats with Jones.
They're speaking, and at this point is where
I think this is him in the white.
My position is that the conspiracy was triggered.
Trone leaves, but quickly returns with his own 17-year-old son.
The son is dropped off. He exits the rear driver's side, and he has a full face covering and this very distinctive purple Fruity Pebbles shirt.
Cops say Tremont Jones stays outside as the teen brushes past him.
Once he's inside, Tremont Jones knows plan is in action. And at that point, we're seconds away from seeing a muzzle flash captured inside a very grainy camera inside Roscoe's.
Oh, that's when the shot got fired. Okay. Oh, so it looked like he did reach. I think he reached for the jewelry, too.
Stephanie recounts the horrifying minute-by-minute details when the 17-year-old approaches them.
As soon as he walked in, he pointed the gun at his stomach and said, give me all that, I'll shoot you right now. And he just started shooting him. He took his rings off, necklaces off, took his two watches off, and he made me take my watch off. He said, give me that right now, I swear.
That's the part of it that told me, I was like, hey, again, I want no hate towards this woman. She's actually a victim in this. She deserves all the apologies for people thinking that she set this up. But remember when she said, oh, I told him don't wear all that jewelry? Well, you got your watch on and shit like that. You got jewelry on. Because they robbed you too. They ain't like they just robbed him and you came there bare with no jewelry. You had on jewelry too. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Whatever.
God, I shoot you in the head. That's so scary.
Before he flees, the teenage gunman can be seen snatching diamond jewelry from P&B's body. Prosecutors say the gunman's dad, Freddie Trone, was outside in a waiting car and all the suspects made a quick getaway. Rapper P&B Rock was only 30 years old when he was shot to death during a robbery. We continue now with our exclusive investigation into his murder. In Philadelphia, fans of rapper P&B Rock gather in the neighborhood where he grew up, dancing to his music and celebrating his life. In Los Angeles, police are on the trail of his killers. This surveillance video shows Freddie Trone and his teenage son walking near their apartment minutes after the shooting. The son has changed clothes and not long after tosses a bag into a dumpster. You think they threw away their clothes that would have all sorts of incriminating evidence?
As far as the shooter, yes.
Early the next morning, cops say Freddie Trone leaves the apartment and torches the getaway car. The same car seen picking up the hitman at Roscoe's.
So the car is a Buick Enclave. He sets it on fire blocks away from his residence and walks back home.
Investigators learn the car is registered to Freddie's wife, Chantel Trone. Soon, Chantel and the suspected 17-year-old son and gunman are arrested.
She got tatted on her face, Miss Trone. Sounds like an upstanding citizen to me. I don't think she got. I don't think. Did she get prosecuted?
Enclave. He sets it on fire blocks away from his residence and walks back home.
Investigators learn the car is registered to Freddie's wife, Chantel Trone. Soon, Chantel and the suspected 17-year-old son and gunman are arrested. But Freddie Trone is nowhere to be found.
The block is hot. Of course, he's wanted now. His face is now on internet beside PNB Rock.
Freddie flees to Las Vegas. The DA says his girlfriend, Wynesha Evans, drives him out of town.
So that's where I call her side chick, but Ms. Evans rents a vehicle.
Wait, what? So this is his side chick, and then this is his wife? Well, that boy do know how to pick him, huh? Hold on.
Investigators learn the car is registered to Freddie's wife, Chantel Trone.
Okay, so the wife is Chantel Trone.
Chantel and the suspected 17-year-old son
And this is her mugshot, I guess.
and gunman are arrested. But Freddie Trone is nowhere to be found.
The block is hot.
Wait, hold on.
Arrested. Chantel and the suspected 17-year-old son and gunman are arrested. But Freddie
Okay, so they locked up the mom and the son. Freddie gets out. He goes to Las Vegas.
Trone is nowhere to be found.
The block is hot. Of course, he's wanted now. His face is now on internet beside PNB Rock.
Freddie flees to Las Vegas. The DA says
this
his
is looking
girlfriend,
weird,
Wynesha
man.
Evans, drives him out of town.
So that's
Damn, the side chick drives him out of town.
where I call her side chick, but Ms. Evans rents a vehicle and she drives him to Nevada.
But before long, Trone is captured. LAPD homicide investigators head to Vegas and grill him as heard in this exclusive interrogation audio.
He goes by PNB Rock. This is the case that we're investigating right now.
That's really unfortunate. I was taking on me, so.
Freddie denies he and his wife are involved in the Roscoe's murder.
If y'all figure this guy, my son did it. Why did he hurt?
You're in here for murder. For 187.
But cops can pin Freddie, his son, and others to the heist and murder through the hours of surveillance footage. Trone, Tremont Jones, his wife and girlfriend, along with his juvenile son.
So let's go down what the charges would be. So we all know this is conspiracy for murder. This is the dad. Also, you get the murder charge as well, because without you, don't happen. Tremont Jones, definitely conspiracy. He's the guy who gave the drop up, but you get the murder charge as well. Now we don't know if the wife was involved that much, but apparently it was her car, and apparently she also tried to, she definitely getting an aiding and abetting charge, which I would imagine maybe some accessory to the crime. But if they called her a bunch of times trying to get the son there, she might be in on the conspiracy. This is gonna be accessory to murder right here, 100%, right? Or an aiding and abetting charge, and then the juvenile gunman gets murder and conspiracy, gets every charge that these two would get, right? Sounds like pretty much what they would do.
All face charges.
One thing that Freddie Trone said on the stand that I really
This idiot needs to
highlighted
move back, probably.
is he himself said his son was dangerous.
In a Los Angeles courtroom, Freddie Trone is convicted of murder and robbery. Tremont Jones is found guilty of robbery and conspiracy to commit robbery.
So the DA didn't overcharge. They could have though, right? They could have. They could have charged this guy with murder, but it was probably likely that he could either beat it. They could have overcharged him and tried to get him to get a plea. The reason why the murder charge for him wouldn't stick is that when even though he gave the location up, he didn't give he gave the location with the idea in mind that they were gonna just try to rob him. Now obviously robbery's turned to
Nah, he's still gonna
murder,
get
but
done for that. There's no way.
it's just harder to prove that he was aware of the murder.
Still an
or the
accessory.
possibility of murder, because of him giving the location. So that's why they probably didn't give him the murder charge. But he got 12 years anyway.
Guilty of robbery and conspiracy to commit robbery. Freddie's wife, Chantel Trone, pleaded no contest to accessory after the fact.
Okay, so all right, so we kind of got it. We kind of got everything. So she got accessory after the fact. She didn't get the murder because I guess she had no idea before.
And Wynesha Evans pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact.
Okay, accessory. Both of them got accessory. Okay, it's kind of like aiding and abetting.
Did you ever find the jewelry?
No.
Did you find the murder weapon?
No.
Oh, so you got a conviction without a murder weapon.
No murder weapon, no property recovered, nothing.
Justice was served, but with little comfort to PNB Rock's family and his fiancée, Stephanie, who called him their shining light.
When we come back, PNB Rock's mother reacts to the verdict, plus the latest on the 17-year-old accused of pulling the trigger. While justice has been served for 4 of the 5 people involved in PNB Rock's murder, the alleged gunman, who was 17 at the time of the killing, is being held in a juvenile
Yeah,
facility
R.I.P. for sure.
after a judge ruled that he is not competent to stand
Oh yeah, so he didn't get time. They're saying he's not competent to stand trial. What the fuck?
trial. PNB Rock's heartbroken mother, Deanna Allen,
pretty rough.
spoke outside of court shortly after
So many
Throne was
rappers.
convicted of her
It's
son's
like
murder.
every month or every 2 months,
Very happy that we're getting
some
justice
rapper
because
gets
my
killed.
son was solely and sorely missed by his family, and especially the young people in my family. Like my younger nieces and nephews, they really are devastated, and they looked up to him so much as a hero to the family. And now that he's gone, they're so sad they don't know what to do.
That's it for today's.
Interested, man. A lot of these, like, you know, murders, once we kind of get into the nitty gritty of it, and this is why the trial and the police work and the detectives that are involved in use so many surveillance cameras, they're gonna
Surveillance camera.
warrants to get your phone messages,
Metal
to get your
Gear.
Instagram messages, everything you do, no matter if you try to delete it. It kind of gives us a understanding. Yeah, this story comes down to this: PNB Rock, who probably was moving around LA in not a celebrity capacity. He was moving around like a regular guy, but it wasn't a regular guy that was broke. He was a guy who, number one, came from Philly, and that is also like sometimes that's a Trojan horse sometimes, where you come from a place where you're like, yo, I know how, nigga, I really was in the trenches of Philly. I know how real niggas give it up. So when you go out somewhere else, you're not thinking, oh, I'm a rich rapper that is now seen as sheep, that's now seen as food. I'm a real street nigga. Niggas going, shit, I used to be them. I used to rob niggas. I used to whatever. So, shit, I know how to move this and third, and also, you know, a wolf gonna respect a wolf.
Nope.
So a broke ass nigga ain't no wolf got $500,000 in jewelry. You get what I'm saying? So him having that gun became inconsequential, right? And I'm pretty sure he was moving around. I'm pretty sure he went to mad little spots to eat brunch, lunch, dinner, and nobody bothered them, right? He was moving around with his girl, no security. He was moving around with his girl at spots that other people frequent. And clearly, you know, probably wasn't scared of the people because he was there. He was out there with people. And this, unfortunately, is one of those situations. I keep saying about most of the deaths we cover, even like the Pop Smoke situation, we could Monday morning quarterback it, right? And be like, oh, well, we could avoid it this way, this way, this way, this way. But then you get to realize these are like almost like divine lining up of things, right? Yo, he goes into a random spot. I'm pretty sure he's gone into mad random places to eat, and he's gotten universally loved. The most they might say, because this happens to me all the time, like somebody sees you, and they might not even be that big of a fan of you, but like they know somebody who fuck with you. How many times they be like, yo, my brother watch you all the time. They make a call. They just want to put you on FaceTime with their family. Now that could be just like some good positive love. Hey, what's up, bro? I appreciate you watching me this and third. You never know. That could have been shit. Now that's in a group chat. Niggas like, nigga, I'm like 2 blocks away. That nigga got on 2 Cubans? Yo, I'm about to go rob that nigga. Yo, no, so again, there's a part of this that everybody likes to act like, oh, I would never be in that situation. But part of living life is these unexpected, just random events that could turn violent, right? Or could turn deadly. And that's what that was. You have a nigga who's a loiterer. I don't even think that guy was probably a hater. That guy was probably just broke. Oh, shit.
That's so crazy, though. Like, what?
He probably don't see that.
In what world do you think you can get away with, like, trying to just rob what? I don't know. I would love to have a in-depth look into the mindset of a person who thinks that they would, like, did you actually think you could just rob the person, get away with it scot-free, sell the jewelry, make a bunch of money, and then live like a king for how long? Like, what? There's so many, when you devise a plan like that, there should be so many steps where when your mind approaches that step, you realize, maybe this is a bad idea. Like, when devising the plan, there's probably 5 points, 5 moments in the division of the plan where you should have said this is not a good idea, you know. But all 5 of those steps didn't stop him. That's, man, I don't even know.
How many celebrities come down there? And here's the thing too. PNB Rock is from Philly, but he was out in LA and moving around in LA for the last like 2 years. Remember, he did an interview with me. He was talking about like, you know, he was in a very interesting place when it came to his career. To that dude there is an older dude. They're not looking at
actual rogging. Straight.
From
Straight.
looking at him, oh, you out of town.
With the
PNB Rock
the
moved
ball
around
rock
2 years ago.
stance.
So he's looking at like, I'm chilling, right?
Straight.
That dude is like, oh, this nigga's out of town with this girl.
Dash punching and
At
everything.
the spot that we ain't never, and I'll be here live.
Actual rog.
Oh, he's lacking. PNB is probably thinking, nigga, I got my gun on me. Man, nigga, I've been out here. I've seen how these niggas kind of move. I'm good. Now, I don't know if it was said in this or maybe we missed it, but apparently it took about 40 minutes to get food. And if you're wondering why so much was able to happen, they get seated and they order some food. It takes 40 minutes for the food to even get there, right? So Shorty posts the food, but that's still 40 minutes after they're just sitting there waiting. So this loiter, I don't even think he's a hater. I think he's just broke. He probably hit somebody else like, whatever. Like, this guy, he's just out here, no security, out of town, this and third. Dude's like, oh shit, you must think it's sweet. Yo, shit, we could try to get him robbed. Again, that plan, because you remember, he meets up with Freddie. The loiter comes outside, meets up with Freddie. Freddie dips. Freddie goes to get his son, and then drops his son off 2 blocks. We're talking about 30 minutes of time right here. Like, it's taking some time for all this to happen, right? It's taken some time for all this to happen. And, you know, unfortunately, somebody said, yeah, not, bro, that happens. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, you know, one of the scariest things is when you're moving around and people notice you and like you're just a sitting duck for mad time. Because you're obviously hoping everybody's just a fan and they're like cool. Or even if they don't like you, you're not expecting them to try to set up somebody to go kill you. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I'll give you an example. Shit, when was it? Like a year ago, I go to Vegas, right? Go to Vegas. And of course, my liquor loving ass, I'm like, yo, fuck the hotel liquor. Even though they had us staying in a big ass suite that had liquor all over it. I'm like, from the airport, the first thing I'm getting is liquor. Let's get to the liquor store. I gotta get this right. We in Vegas. Now, Vegas is set up weird. You got the strip. We weren't going to, I'm not gonna tell you the hotel I stayed at, but if you just wanted to just go to a liquor store, it was like 3 blocks away from like that one of those big casinos, but it's like in the hood. Like you could tell, like, what the fuck? Did y'all just stop spending money right there? Like you could tell when the money stops in Vegas. That's any casino city. If you've been to Atlantic City, you know what I'm talking about too. Casinos look amazing. 4 blocks from the casino look like you're in hell. So anyway, that's where the liquor store is at. We get there.
Some mad divide, boy.
We send somebody to go get the liquor.
I don't even know if that's gentrification or what you call it, but that sounds wild.
I'm in the car, and I think it was we got a rental, so we fishbowling so people can see whoever is in the car. So at first we're just sitting outside the spot, and I see a dude. He walks around and he sees me, and he does one of these, and he kind of like just salutes me. I salute him. And I'm watching, and I'm waiting. I'm like, what's taking so long? Now, this is only like about 4 or 5 minutes at this point, right? I'm just kind of waiting, like, all right, you gonna come out the liquor store. Come on, we gotta go check into the hotel. The person's taking dumb long, right? Now, the guy who I said what up to, I see homie, and the homie, like, after he said that to me, I see him, it's like he got a call. No, actually looked like he made a call. I don't know what it was. But I see him on the phone. And it's one of those where I see, like, he starts pacing. And there's a corner to it. He's just pacing around. And every now and then I see him just kind of look up at the car. Now it's about 10 minutes since the person went in the liquor store. You get what I'm saying? Now, here's the thing. There's a great possibility that that person was just telling somebody, like, yo, you know who out here? Right, Axe right here. He chilling right here in the hood. He's just lacking like a motherfucker. He right here. But I'm going to be honest with you. Every energy that nigga was saying was like, yo, come here now. Nigga, I was with security too, but in my security city, we just said, yo, fuck that person in the store. Spin the block, nigga. We out of here. We told that motherfucker to beat us. Yeah, but like,
so they actually left.
Where, you know, again, you don't know either or.
Yeah,
right?
it's no worth taking the risk.
Whatever. But it's the same with PNB Rock, right? So he's sitting there for 40 minutes with his girl, right? I guarantee you, bro, when a nigga be going out, he's doing it for his shorty, bro. Like, he's trying to appease her. She been bitching at him. You don't take me nowhere. You cheated on me with this bitch. Like, yo, you hiding me. So, all right, cool. Let's go somewhere. He's sitting there for 40 minutes, and this plan that is to rob him eventually takes place, and he's still sitting at the same spot, right? Probably like a few minutes after he got his food, right? And unfortunately, kind of turned out the way it did, man. Rest in peace of PNB Rock. Also, you know, my prayers go out to his girl. This is his girl right here. She's been posting on the gram recently. Let me see what she's been posting. Oh, she posted. Yeah, I can imagine she's still going through, man. Yeah, she posted this recently. Yeah, they were heavy. See, this says Beverly Hills, California. They were heavy in
This is a video. Yeah, it's a video. It's DJ Academics' live stream. He's live now. I watch him live quite a lot.
Oh no, this isn't 2020. Oh, this is their newborn.
You know, watching him since he used to make them videos. It's your boy. It's your boy. How's he say it? It's your boy Academics. It's your boy. He doesn't really do that anymore. He doesn't do them pre-made videos anymore. Most of his stuff is like live content, and then he'll chop it up, or get an editor to chop it up and then release the content.
Yeah, she's probably trying to, you know. I think the fucked up thing, well, you know.
Yeah, it's live
to
video.
Her, so I don't think anything goes to her. They have a kid.
I'm gonna bounce soon, so I'll link it in case you wanna watch
then,
it.
You know,
covers a lot of
like
topics. He's good to watch if you kind of just want to know what's going on in with this kind of stuff, like rap industry stuff and Diddy case, Little Durk. He's got his finger like on the pulse of all of this stuff, and he's got like a lot of direct links and connections, and
I think
sometimes throughout the stream, somebody will call him, somebody from the industry or someone close to some other, you know, big name or whatever. So it's a lot of relevant, good information comes out if you're interested in following this side of the music industry and hip hop world and stuff.
As time goes on, I become more and more obsessed with you every day. It can't be normal. Nonetheless, can't wait to see you in paradise for an eternity, forever in my heart. PNB Rock. Damn.
It's pretty sad.
Damn. Okay. All right, people. Rest in peace, PNB Rock. Hey, couple other things that happened. Did y'all see this chat? Oh my.
I was just listening to DJ Academics talking about some new information that came out about the killing of PNB Rock. I'm guessing you probably might not know about him though. Rapper that was killed 2 years ago in like a restaurant. Just somebody tried to rob him, and then he resisted, and then it just ended up in gunfire, and then he ended up dying. And then apparently some news came out today that he may have been lined up by the waiter. Like the waiter that was working at the restaurant contacted some people and then gave the drop on the location. And apparently it was just meant to be a robbery, but then just devolved into an actual murder. So pretty wild. But it happened 2 years ago, and some new information about it came out today. Or came out today, I guess.
Going viral. So remember this video? Jacksonville police arrest.
You didn't hear about it, yeah.
Remember,
I wasn't even familiar with his music, to be honest. I only heard about it because I just pay attention to a lot of this, a lot of the rap stuff that's going on, both big rappers and drill rappers and all that stuff. I just find it. Well, I guess it's because I watch Academics and he covers a lot of stuff that like other things that I'm more interested in. But because through watching him, he covers also some of the things that I might not actually care to learn, but because I just passively watch him in the background or listen to him in the background, I end up learning about a lot of this stuff that's going on.
Police arrested this guy. I think this is a guy right here. Like they posted the whole thing. Jacksonville police arrest in Fulia. This is one they did in the rain, right? Like it was mad dramatic. They were like, walk backwards. Take 2 steps to the left. 2 steps to the right, nigga.
Beatronics. Monitors and touchscreens designed...
My bad. I don't know if I can find the whole thing. No. This was Gathright. But then the other one was, let me just go on YouTube and try to find it. Isaiah Chance arrest. That's Gutter Zay. Isaiah Chance arrest. This was it, right?
It was at 4:30.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's coming. He's coming.
That's them arrested.
He's coming. Keep coming. Stop. Stop. Turn around. Keep your hands up. Turn around.
By the way, the irony and so much drama with this. First of all, look at the nice house this guy just was living in before he got arrested. Second of all, he was staying with his girl. He got his girl pregnant. You could tell he'd been with this girl for a while. He got her pregnant because he knew the walls were closing in. He knew he was caught. Why pull out at that point, right? So his girl is pregnant. You're going to see his girl come out soon. But his name is Gutter Zay, and he's the guy who's accused of, he's actually not one of the triggermen, but he's accused of essentially giving up the drop, right? Being a part of the plot and giving up the drop. Him and his girl gave up the drop and was following Fulio around. So here we go.
Back up. Back up. All right, go to your knees.
What is this layer?
Put your hands behind your back.
Oh, it's the line. Okay.
Stay there. Stay there. Don't move.
Yeah, look at this shit they got pointed at him.
Well, they got some white. It looked like they got like grenade launchers pointed at him. Like, what kind of? Hold on. They got some Duke Nukem weaponry. What is this? Oops. You seeing that? Some crazy... That looks like an actual grenade launcher or a Gatling gun or something. I don't know what. Like he's playing Doom and Duke Nukem at the same time. They came equipped, full loadout. They put on the loadout for like the Hulk or something, or some, I don't even know, some Starship Troopers are like, listen, we got giant insects coming, descending from different planets. We need to make sure we're well equipped for the threat. Activate the grenade launcher. Actual overkill on the weapons there, man. They're taking no chances. Did I move my Photoshop? I did. Okay.
Now, who said it? No, of course. Why pull out at that point? Yo, if I know I'm going to jail for life, trust me, I'm nothing in every. Yo, I got to at least repopulate the earth. I'm locked up, at least my seeds are free. Like, fuck it, right? Like, why pull out? Okay, so they cuff him, and then this is his. All right, this other guy here, this is Sean Gathright. And then now you're going to see this is the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, the first guy. So Isaiah Chance here, and this is the girlfriend. Anyway, there's a video that's leaked, and I don't know how they got him this. But remember, they arrested him, like, he was wet, this, and third. And I guess they brought him into, they gave him something, like some hoodie or something like that, and they brought him into an interrogation room. And they were trying to get this guy to tell so bad.
Imagine thinking we need the Sony Alpha Railgun for this arrest, exactly.
Julio dying. He was a piece of shit anyway.
We need the flamethrower with the blue flame, not even the red flame. We need the blue flamethrower. We need the Azula. We need the Azula from Avatar. The blue flame, boy.
Y'all killed Julio. He's a piece of shit. Listen to this.
What do you know about Julio Fulio? Let's start from there. I think he's a piece of shit. I watched all those videos. I went down.
Wait, what? Police said Julio Fulio was a piece of shit, asking to be killed. Well, he's not. They're not wrong. Unfortunately, they're not wrong.
Video, because this is interrogation video. This is them kind of buttering him up, saying, "Nah, y'all didn't do a bad thing. Y'all killed Julio. He's a piece of shit." Listen.
Oh, he said that to the guy that killed him. Or the guy. Oh no, the police are actual devious. They're interrogating the guy that, I think this is the guy that set them up. Because I think there's 1 or 2 guys that killed Julio Fulio that haven't been caught yet. So I guess they're trying to butter him up. Like, yeah, It's not that bad that he died. He was a piece of shit anyway. Oof.
Trying to butter him up to say, who gives a fuck about Julio dying? He was a piece of shit anyway. And this is caught on video because this is interrogation video. This is them kind of buttering him up, saying, nah, y'all didn't do a bad thing. Y'all killed Julio. He's a piece of shit. Listen to this.
What do you know about Julio? Let's start from there. I think he's a piece of shit. I watched all those videos. I went down that rabbit hole.
You see, they got him to laugh.
Oh, he actually laughed. What? Yo, the police. Oh, no. Look at this. They got him laughing. They got him laughing.
It's got to tell so bad. So they're like kind of trying to butter him up to say, who gives a fuck about Julio dying? He was a piece of shit anyway. And this is caught on video because this is interrogation video. This is them kind of buttering him up, saying, nah, y'all didn't do a bad thing. Y'all killed Julio. He's a piece of shit. Listen to this.
What do you know about Julio? Let's start from there. I think he's a piece
Isn't that them trying to get the info? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just the method. Like I've heard of all kinds of methods being used, but to call the person that died a piece of shit, I haven't seen this kind of method being used. You know, normally it's like, oh, you know, we understand you come from a rough neighborhood, you got to fight to survive. We understand he made fun of your dead friends or whatever, right? Like normally that would be the path to take. But to actually straight up just be like, yeah, he was a piece of shit. Yeah, it's cool. Like that's another level. That's like extreme tactics. Like not extreme, but just obviously it's clever because it's true. Like he was a piece of shit, and he did have it coming to him for sure. But I've just never seen it. I've never seen this kind of method played out like this. Like actually just, this is the most savage way I've seen this kind of method play out.
piece of shit. I watched all those videos. I went down that rabbit hole.
Actually got him laughing.
See, that's all they want. You know?
All those videos. I went down that rabbit hole. Yeah, we all did. I got Joker's desecrating graves. He is asking to be killed. There's no doubt about it. It was inevitable. I can't believe it took this many years for somebody to kill him. Honest to God.
That's like high level. This is some genjutsu right here. He's like, if this story ends with this guy basically telling him everything, that is infinite Tsukiyomi right there. I'm certainly Death Note brain. That's the first thing I'm doing when I'm talking to a killer. Yeah, these guys getting infinite Tsukiyomi like as we speak.
You know?
All those videos. I went down that rabbit hole. Yeah, we all did. I got Joker's desecrating graves. He is asking to be killed. There's no doubt about it. It was inevitable. I can't believe it took this many years for somebody to kill him. Honest to God.
I'm gonna be honest with you. These are great detectives right here. They talking to the suspect like they're saying, we like you. We criminals too. We want some of these niggas to die. Oh, you did the crime? Fuck it. Might give you a gold star. Might let you go back out. Give you a reload on the bullets in your gun. You know what I mean? Obviously.
It's a reload, you know. I'll give you more ammunition to commit more crimes. Just tell us what we need to know. You're good. You're gonna let you free.
Brain here would notice that the cops they're not even playing good cop, bad cop. They're just playing, yo, you've helped society. They're playing that type of angle. You've helped society by killing this guy. It's all good. Just tell us how you killed him. We're going to help you out. We're going to make sure you don't get cooked because you're not a bad person for what happened. The bad person is now dead, right? And that's a really good angle. That's actually good detective work, to be honest, right? Like, look, he said, what do you know about Julio? I'll tell you what I know. He's a piece of garbage, right? They just leave the convo with it.
What do you know about Julio? Let's start from there. I think he's a piece of shit.
Oh my
I watched all those
videos. He didn't even wait for him to respond. He said, what do you know about Julio? Didn't even wait. Didn't even say, oh, you don't like him? Yeah, I don't like him either. Didn't even wait. Just pounced on him.
I went down that rabbit hole. Yeah, we all did. I got Joker's desecrating graves. He is asking to be killed. There's no doubt about it. It was inevitable. I can't believe it took this many years for somebody to kill him. Honest to God.
Yo, he said, I can't believe it took so many years to kill him. That is so wild. That's such a wild thing to say. However,
that's crazy.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's great police work, right? It's great police work. Like, this is how I think we all like marvel at. Damn, how do
more base cut? Hey, that's hilarious.
We get people to tell by like scaring the fuck out of them, telling them that if they don't tell, they're gonna die in jail or get the fucking needle. Or you tell them, hey, listen, we're on your side, buddy. We want you out of here. Okay? And matter of fact, to keep it real, yeah, murder is a crime, but murdering this guy, not that much of a crime. So,
yeah, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Julio, but when this cop is saying how he was a piece of shit, like, and he was asking for it, Julio was just, he made a song. I don't know if you guys heard that song, When I See You, like it remixed that Fantasia song. And then basically the music video, he's literally at the graves. He's at the gravesite of the ops, like photos of the dead guys. He's like dancing on the grave, sitting right next to the tombstone with the memorial thing, all the flowers. Like he's just, And the whole song, he's just making fun of the dead person that is next to him in the video in the grave. This is the kind of person that we're talking about. So when he says like he had it coming, he's he's not wrong. Let's just put it that way.
Now,
how is anyone falling for this? The cops are clearly butting you up, both sides. I mean, people have fallen for lesser though, right? Like people have fallen for like lesser tactics have been used and work on people. I think their goal is just to make the guy feel like he didn't do a bad thing, and that if you give up the information we're looking for, like, honestly, I can see this working. I can truly see this working. Especially when in his position, he's like, I'm caught. They know I got something to do with it. And if they think that he was a piece of shit, maybe it's possible that I might get a lighter sentence. You know what I mean? Like I could actually see this working for 100%. Not to mention that these guys are young. Like I don't know how old this guy is, but these guys are less than 24 years old for sure, or like they can't be over 25. So, oof.
Now, we don't. I want to see the full video. I don't know how they got this video here. Shout out to people from Duval County Reddit. But it appears that there has to be a longer video. Now, what we do know, what came to court is that it appears he didn't snitch. So like whatever this longer conversation is, he didn't buckle in and be like, okay, let me tell you about Fulio. Fuck that guy. We did it. Who did cooperate a bit was his girlfriend, the one he got pregnant. Okay, this girl here.
Of course.
You know, obviously, and this is also what the police, you know, I'm pretty sure.
And that's the easy one, right? Police, all they need to be is like, listen, you don't tell us the information, this baby, this child that's in you, you're never going to see this child ever. You're going to give birth to this child. It's going to be taken into protective child services, custody, whatever. You're going to spend the next 30 years in jail. So if you want to see this baby, like once they involve the child, once they say, you ain't seeing this baby unless you, like before they even finish the sentence, she's going to spill everything. Like there's no way. That's an easy one.
I don't know if she knew at the time that she was pregnant, because they got locked up. What is it like?
Oh, she might not have known she was pregnant. Oh, that changes it then.
But essentially, I'm pretty sure they're playing the pregnancy against her to say, hey, and also she's going through these hormone changes, right? Say, hey, listen here, girl. You're gonna have a child. You want to be able to spend time with your child in the room.
Yep, the manipulation, infinite Tsukuyomi
Right now,
again.
We have it down that you wanted to kill Julio Fulio. That this was all your plan. You gotta gas it up, right? And you had your boyfriend do it, and you had these guys do it. But you know what? We want to give you a break because we don't think you're that evil. Matter of fact, Julio was a piece of garbage, right? He was doing a lot. So if you tell us as much as you know, we're going to push for the prosecutor to maybe downgrade the charges you have. And you're going to have a possibility of spending time with your child, okay? You don't want to be having kids in here. And I'm pretty sure at that point, and if you don't know, she is cooperating, okay? Now, granted, the levels of her cooperation that was presented thus far said that it felt like she was still protecting her baby daddy. And this is where I realized she don't got, now she has 2 lawyers now. But I could tell when she first talked, they realized they could flip her against everybody but her baby daddy, which is usually, it is. Like a woman really only is loyal to their feelings, but beyond their own feelings, they're loyal to the dick they're fucking or sucking. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And when she started cooperating, it came out in paperwork to say, she said she didn't know what was going on, nor her boyfriend. So she's trying to protect him.
Oh, nice try.
We were going for the ride, and when they were using our phone, we don't know. We didn't know what was going on. Essentially saying, these are the killers. We were just chilling. Now, we all know they all were in it, but at least they're getting some cooperation out of her, and yeah, we're going to see. So, yeah, I wonder what the rest of this is.
What do you know about Julio Fulio? Let's start from there. I think he's a piece of shit. I watched all those videos. I went down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, we all did.
I got jokers desecrating graves. He is
court. Right? The last time we seen her in court was about a month ago, and they all were in court. And
defendants are present, as well as
they set trial dates. I'm still wondering how the hell she got her baby hair still laid. What the fuck is going on? Right?
their counsel.
On behalf of Mr. Murphy, as the court knows, he's charged with first-degree murder. We have not received notice yet.
Inclusive of my client as well, Your Honor. I would also adopt most of Mr. Murphy's, including Jacksonville.
If they can't put a noose around your neck, they're gonna put a needle in your arm. They want you dead. Okay? If you have taken someone's life, this is Florida seeking a death.
Agencies.
Oh wait, they're seeking.
including
Oh shit.
Jacksonville, Georgia law enforcement authorities, that I have to get police reports for that as well.
Now, this came out like a month ago, but the state is seeking a death penalty. If you guys don't know, the state of Florida is seeking a death penalty for the 3 suspects
Did it say their age? 3 suspects.
accused of killing Julio Fulio. So they're not seeking a death penalty for the woman, but they're seeking a death penalty for the 3 who pulled the trigger, which are, and by the way, this is, the stark difference between, when you get to Florida and Texas, if they can't put a noose around your neck, they're gonna put a needle in your arm. They want you dead, okay? If you have taken someone's life, and they think it's been done in cold-blooded, premeditated, in a very blatant disregard for human life, or having any type of compassion, or a reason, definitely, they're going to push for the death penalty, and they are pushing for the death penalty for 3 suspects. They said that it wants the death penalty for Chance, Gathright, and Murphy. Now, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Now, I think this is an arm twister for Shorty, right? So this is an arm twister for Shorty. I'm gonna tell you why. Remember, I tell you so her name is Alicia Andrews. Her boyfriend's name is Gutta Zay, which is Isaiah Chance. They're seeking a death penalty for her baby daddy. Trust me. This woman, there's no woman, like, at some point she's gonna choose her own mortality because she's gonna be with the baby wherever. But right now, in her mind, she's trying to figure out a way, even if she has to sink everybody else, for her baby daddy, and her child to be free somehow. Okay? So remember, I told you she's telling already, but she's trying to tell on everybody else. Well, I'll tell on them, but not my baby daddy. The state announced that it's looking for the death penalty for her baby daddy, and that's gonna put her. That's the pinch. The pinch is this woman needs to now make some real fucking decisions. Hey, somebody's dying. Okay. Now, granted, it doesn't mean that because they're gonna fight the death penalty a lot, and it doesn't mean that the death penalty is gonna go through, or even if these guys are gonna get found guilty. But
I mean, I don't know. I guess I feel like she's probably gonna throw him under the bus anyway. Like they're so young. We don't know how. Probably haven't been together for that long. Yeah, like you said, I think her own mortality is gonna kick in, and there's no way she's gonna keep trying to protect him, especially if the failure to protect him gets her involved as well. Like there's no way.
It's a good thing to get these people on point, because whenever this goes to trial, they're all gonna tell on each other. That's why I like Florida. Florida throws around the death penalty that when you're a suspect, 20 years looks a lot better than a fucking needle. You get what I'm saying? So all of a sudden you get people start telling on each other, the ones in the crime, not the ones around, the ones in the crime, they just start snitching. So I think this is a way for them to kind of, obviously probably one or two of these, well, definitely a couple of these cases are going to go to trial, but they're going to come with such a strong case because they're going to have people who have gotten deals to avoid life, death penalty, and they're going to tell, which is, I definitely believe, the woman, Alicia Andrews. You know what I mean? Word to the wise, don't go on a drill with a girl. You get what I'm saying? Like, she's always going to be looked at as, oh, you took her for the ride, or you took advantage that she had a phone, so you use her phone. Not that she told y'all to do it, or she was down with the program. She'd be like, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, this is some interesting stuff, man. But, all right, I'm going to head off. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Not too long this time, which is good, because I've been streaming a bit too long lately. Yeah, thanks to all the new followers. I think I got 3 new ones today. And C4 and Fighters, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for hanging about. Interesting back and forths as normal. And I'll be back later in the week. So, peace out and enjoy the rest of your day. I'm gonna watch the rest of this academic stream. Because, oh my god, my OBS stuff is looking horrible. Can we fix this? Yeah, peace out. Yeah, I need to watch the rest of this. Passively, I guess. Alright, peace out, guys. Next time.